did it, and you did it, and you did it, and I did it. Way to go, everybody. How are you doing today? I know I saw a lot of y'all yesterday. And yesterday was so much fun. We had an exciting unboxing where I ordered a bunch of new, hey, the Sugar Fat Man, I haven't seen you for a bit. How are you? I actually was gonna try and maybe do Little Root as a loop today. So I should do that. Poe, it's actually a one piece. It's a jumper. Fun. I want it to be comfortable today because admittedly I stayed up really late. I just kept tweaking the video over and over and over with audio and visuals. But I think I've settled enough to show you guys today. I'm gonna actually release it on YouTube tomorrow. So you will be the first crowd to get to watch it. Floor Gang. I'm a proud member of Floor Gang. My bad. I ended up staying up till like 2, but good news is I slept in. I took a day off of running and just took my time this morning. And I think my body needed it anyway, so it was a good thing. Oh, I feel like one of my pictures are like right in the shot. Yeah, like that. This Friday is heckin' terrible. No! Melon Lord, I'm so sorry. Well, I will play you some Sight of Spirit to at least maybe get a little bit more sunshine, happiness in there. I'm sorry to hear that, though. Elle, what's up? Barbering Violinist. Gnarl, Poe, Cathedora, Chunky Bits. TMKDK, always right on time. How are you guys all doing today? Hell's Janitor. I don't think you'd want to see my coffee making process. It involves a pot that I haven't washed in an embarrassingly long time and very watered down coffee because I like having a lot of coffee, but caffeine makes me extremely anxious. So I like to make it very watery and not coffee-like. And does it stop there? No. Then I put non-fat milk in it. So I put more water in it and then some sugar. So one would even say that what I'm drinking might not even be coffee at all. Oh, I spilled it on my foot. That kind of burns. That's okay. Xaven! 24 months, an official 2 years. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. That is monumental. That's crazy then, that like little transcription that I always do the full story of. That's something I wrote almost 2 years ago then. That's crazy. Thank you, Xaven, for being along on this journey and supporting, and I just really appreciate you. This community and channel has gone through a lot of changes in that time, so the fact that you stuck out all my, what's the phrase, hard right turns, means a lot to me. Thank you. Do you want me to do the Destiny 2 piece that I learned for you, or maybe another piece? I don't want to assume for you. For Kupega, thank you for the follow, by the way. Thank you. As for today, I was just going to play around with my new percussion instruments. On the loops. I was shocked because I got a bunch of these shaker eggs, but I didn't realize that you could actually have different volumes based on the egg itself. So on the back it says medium here, and this one says extra loud. They're all different levels, and you can actually hear the difference. I was like mind blown. See if you can notice. I'm gonna start with the soft one and then go to the extra loud. I'll just do it over this music. Soft. Extra loud. I was like, that's so cool. I had no idea. So that was one of the things in the unboxing for the percussion instruments I did yesterday. Also got myself a tambourine. And the real star of the show is I bought myself castanets. I've noticed that in a lot of video game music, they have castanets, so I wanted a pair to add on to my video game loops. I'm not good at them yet, but... Oh, it's too tight. 3, 4, 1. There we go. But we were having a blast yesterday with me, even just figuring out how to put it on. Thank you so much for Alonso Lopez for the follow. Thank you. It takes it so nice to see you. My favorite Gab emote greeting. How are you? I was surprised that even just putting them on, what you do is you take, it came with this like kind of rope on it that was taut. I don't want to adjust it now. But what you're supposed to do is lace your thumb in one side like that, and then put it through the top end so it dangles on your thumb here, and then let it rest. My finger technique is still kind of a hot mess, but at least enough to get started. So that was our exciting, fun thing yesterday. And then for today, I get to show you guys my new YouTube video that I'm releasing on my channel right there, Joe Cleary. And the next one I'm going to be doing is a singing cover. So today's is going to be a video game cover that I arranged and recorded. But we'll probably show people that when we get going a little bit, just to make sure some people can roll in. Long time no see, how are you doing? For Tix, I'm doing really well, thank you for asking. I was feeling sick for a little while, but I feel like I'm finally coming out of it, which is great. Getting a nice full breath. And then the best news yet is it's starting to feel like fall here in Nashville. Today was the first day I woke up and I didn't need to have the air conditioning on. Like, it just naturally was cool in the house. It was 67 in the house without heat or anything. And I was so excited because I hate the heat. I love cold. I want it to be cold all the time. Shockingly, no castanet videos last night. Still just a lot of Final Cut tutorial videos, honestly. But luckily, I think I figured out all the things I needed to. But enough about that. Let's do a little bit of playing, shall we? Hey, Callie. She was a little hoarse. Nina, hello, how are you? And Thomas, I know you were in here earlier. Thank you so much for these new follows right at the beginning of stream. I appreciate it. For K Khalifa, thank you so much. And Yarwuan, thank you very, very much. Pencils, I saw your reaction to how I make my coffee. And I just imagined like stumbling upon a Craigslist listing that's like, someone please take over my job. Cannot work for horrible beast woman anymore. Pope Mall, thank you. It's actually a one piece. It's like a romper. Full piece one. Or no, a jumpsuit. That's what I'm looking for, a jumpsuit. It's actually really, really big for me. But what I did was I laced this in the front. But if I spread it out, you can see it's like so big. But I just took the belt in the front and tied it as tight as I could, and it totally works. I buy most of my clothes used, and I've learned how to make things that don't quite fit me, kind of train them in a way where they can fit. So, just trying to make the best of it. And I still got a good deal, and it's better for the environment, too. True, gnarled, very true. Eagle One, hello, how are you doing today? I'm feeling really good. When I was just, playing violin just now, I'm feeling really connected with it and comfortable. I don't feel like I'm overthinking it too much. Those are some things, admittedly, I still fall into, even after 2 years streaming. But I feel really comfy today. It might be the jumpsuit, because it's so light, it feels like pajamas. And I'm a little bit sleepy as I was naughty and stayed up so late. Let's see. For our priority requests, Dear to the Heart. Very cool. I feel like we're usually starting off with my silver Final Fantasy binder. Almost everything in here is Final Fantasy, but the back portion is some anime and movie themes, but the rest of this is all Final Fantasy stuff that I've learned. You follow from Egypt? Oh, that's so cool for Thomas. I hope I get to visit Egypt one day. Growing up, one of my mom's really good friends lived in Egypt for a long time, and she would always visit the school and give us lessons on the introductory history of Egypt, and always had all these really cool artifacts and things that she had obtained for living there for 15 years. And I always thought it was so cool. I thought it was beautiful. Let's see. Dear to the Heart. Final Fantasy VII, right? Yeah. Oh goodness, this is in C sharp major. I will do my best. Yes, those are my llamas. Had them for a while. And there's something else sneaking around here. I thought I heard some rustling, but I can't figure out where it's coming from. Let's see, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to update you guys on. I've made a list of priorities for myself because, as you know, I'm always trying to do 100 things at the same time. But I really want to prioritize starting to learn Ableton this weekend. I had a gig canceled tomorrow, so I felt like it was just fate telling me that I needed to use that time to be ready for it. The only thing I'm struggling with is how I'm gonna do it with my current setup. I know I could always move it, but I feel like I really like having the camera here, showing this part of the room. Yes, the computer's here. I could work like that, but I don't know if that's weird with me turning away from you guys. Like, boop, boop, boop. Here's me imagining doing Ableton stuff. Boop, boop, boop. Click, click. Boop, boop. Like, is that rude? I'm turning away from you. It doesn't feel right. I don't know where Frank is. I couldn't find him for the past 2 days. I do have a wireless keyboard. You know that. For New Hamster, I'll admit that Baloo, I might have given the orange kitty to Baloo because he really wanted to play with it, and put a monitor under here. That's an interesting idea. Pencils, like symmetry-wise, I feel like it will really upset someone if they saw the work area, but I'm the only one that needs to see it. That could work. Yeah, so I was thinking of getting one of those like corner desks, you know, that has like the 2 sides on it, and then put the keyboard on top, but then I'd still need, well, I'll figure it out. But I guess the point I'm trying to say is I wish I could say it's as simple as me just like learning Ableton and then doing it. But along with doing it, I'm going to have to kind of rework my setup to figure out how to do it. And it's going to potentially affect everything, not just the sound, but even the visual. I'm going to do my best to keep it as consistent as possible, but just putting it out there. I hope I don't upset anybody or anything. I know sometimes people get bummed out when I like move things around, which I get. Oh, I gotta pause the poly bridge. Okay, this is a rough key for me, but I'm gonna do my best. There we go. Couple little quarter steps off from some of those notes. But I'm happy that I went for a difficult key without putting it off by doing something a little more comfortable. I'm trying to, again, you guys have heard me say it so many times. I feel like I'm just trying to take some more risks and to just trust myself and go for it a bit more. I think what I'd like to do next... Let's do Cytospira for Mel and Laura, because I know you said you're not having the best day. I hope that this can be the start of maybe turning it around. Maybe you can find like something super yummy to eat after this and put on your coziest clothes. There is something kind of nice sometimes about admitting a day was bad, you know? And then at the very end of it being like so happy just because it's over. You're like, okay, now I can just only focus on being comfortable and content and sleepy, and that's it. So I hope maybe I can begin that stage for you. Unless you're already in it, and maybe I could just help. Unless I give you earblood, which I might. I wish I had my castanets on for that part, and I was just like... Thank you for Ronan for the follow, by the way. I really appreciate you very much. And Thee Hanga, thank you very much. I hope everyone's having a nice Friday. Beginning to your weekend, very exciting. My only plan is to try and figure out Ableton to transition into using that for my loops. And then maybe experimenting with moving around my setup a bit. Oh, it's just such a shame because I just did all the cable management and it's beautiful, I will say. I got those like boxes that are quite simple, just plastic crates, and the sides have like these little openings. So you can have cables coming out, and then on the inside everything's really neatly wrapped. And I worked on it for like couple hours, complete with like the plastic strips on the wall to hide the cables that are connected up and down. Um, toot your own castanets. That is like a lot visually, emotionally, and theoretically for me to grasp right now. In a way that's interesting. I feel like it's making me very awake in my headspace. Was it the sentence that I thought would keep me very awake in my headspace? No. But I think I put a picture of the cable management. Oh, I might have only done it on Twitter. Oh wait, I think I might have done it in the Discord. I don't know. Either way, I've recently really cleaned up everything. But I think what I might do is buy an L desk, put the camera in the corner still, and then put my desktop right in the corner under the camera, like Pencil said. Pencil's plural, sorry. I didn't mean to get your name wrong after knowing each other for so long. I think that's gonna work. Oh, it's gonna be frustrating though. No, it'll be good. It'll be the start of something new. Snuck in a little High School Musical for you there. For Demon, I don't know if it's Demon or Demon. I'm gonna say Demon. Hello, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate you. I mean, I feel like one day on your stream you just immediately mastered the green screen, and like if you guys haven't seen it, it's so friggin' funny. Pencils can like turn his streaming setup into any other streamer's setup, and it looks so real. Like he's actually just in their house. It's mind-blowing. Very advanced. Much wow. So as you guys know, at the beginning of streams, I like to pick really chill pieces just to get us warmed up and going. But then my plan is to jump into some of the material today. I did try and learn a new song yesterday while I was editing, but I don't know if it's ready yet. We'll see. So we'll tiptoe our way there and see what happens. I'm going to do next Farm Boy from Final Fantasy VII. And of course, this version is done by one of my favorite remixers, the amazing Juke Remix. I hope you guys like it. Oh, that was like the perfect song in my heart to start off today. I know it technically wasn't our starter, but it felt really nice. Ooh, I'm gonna do that one later, but that's another piece I haven't done for a while. I'm so happy that I got to the point with my song list that I'm surprised now when I turn through all the like pages in my notebooks. I'm just like, oh yeah, I have that song. I forgot I did that. There was one I had in mind that I do pretty consistently, just because it's simple and I think effective for what it is. I'm going to do Secret Library Daguerreo. And I also forgot to turn on the overhead light, so I should do that. It makes a reflection on my sheet protectors, which makes it hard to read. There we go. Perfect. Oh, I forgot. I also have a fresh pot of coffee downstairs. Oh, it's gonna be nice. I feel like this one is a very good example of something that I could really quickly and easily turn into an instrumental loop. I didn't write the chords out to it, but I feel like it would be pretty simple. Let's see. I'm glad to hear that, Sierra. I didn't know for a while if this one was too like simple or boring, so I appreciate you know, hearing the good feedback for that. Barack, your timing is impeccable. Plop, how are you? I also saw Luleaf you pop in. It's great to see you again. I feel like this song makes me think of that kind of dancing where you have like, it's like that super medieval kind of one where you have like a handkerchief in your hand and the other person grabs the other. And it's a lot of just like standing to one side and like posing. It's like not much dancing actually happening or touching. Of course, never touching in that time. I just see me and Sir Butley Poopington just carving up the dance floor. It's a lot of detail to get into one emote. I encourage it. I would like to see this emote in action. Cathedora, I actually was like very curious as to what that dance would look like. You also reminded me that I have another Stardew loop. I did the Stillness in the Rain one yesterday, but I think I'll try the other Stardew loop I have. After a couple more pieces I'm just going to pick out real quick, I really want to do a classic now. Let's do Zelda's Lullaby first. Let's see here. Doing a second Juke remixed version already in the beginning of stream. I can't help myself. When you're looking for chill remixes, Juke Remix is the guy. This is one of the songs where I did write out the chords for it. I might try and make this a loop today. Yeah, like why not? We'll just see what happens. And let's do one more chill, relaxing song, and then I'm gonna do Grandpa's theme. Oh, Rose, I just saw your message. I hope you're doing all right. I'm gonna do, what is it called? It's from Pokemon Sapphire, I think. Yeah. I want to do Soaring the Sky Night. And then we're going to do Grandpa's theme from Stardew Valley. Sometimes computers just know Cathedora. That was happening to me when I was editing my video. I kept trying to look at live performances of this song I wanted to learn for you guys, and my computer was not having it. It was not letting me do it. There's one part I want to practice without the music real quick. That first phrase when it goes up really high, I clearly didn't decide how I wanted to do it. I could tell I was scared. Dave with hat, commonly mixed up with Dave without hat. Thank you so much for the host. Let's see if I can get this. Okay. That seems better. I just needed to know which finger to land on and then go with a bit more confidence. As a good practice girl, I am going to write that note. I think that's another reason why I really love having printed out sheet music. I arrange all my music myself, but I like being able to write on it. Because then I can really get it. And that was a half step, so I'm going to mark that. Cool. I'm glad I revisited that piece. That one's really pretty. I heard it on there's a lot of lo-fi video game specific remixes and playlists that I listen to. And I heard one using this song. I was like, oh, I should do that song again. That's really pretty. Okay, so I would like to try to do next Grandpa's theme from Stardew Valley. This is one that I know is going to evolve the more I do it, because I've envisioned it with a lot of different instruments. So we're just going to go with it today and see what comes to mind. And then I'm going to try maybe Little Root Town. So let's see. So over here. Yep. There we go. Trying to decide. For this piece, I wrote it out in 2 different keys. So I'm trying to decide if I want to change it to B flat or B major. Or B flat or, yeah, just B. Did Grandpa play the castanets? I guess we'll see how groovy Grandpa is as I build it. I think it's originally in B, but I wrote it in B flat as well for options. I'll play both and just see which feels good in my hand for right now, and then we'll decide from there. So let's see. Keyboard and mouse. Thank you for the follow. Here's B flat. Or B major. I'm going to do B major. Typically, I would feel more comfortable with the B flat, but to do it in B actually allows me some open strings where I can do a little bit of those trills in there. But now I have to decide what instrument to build the bass with. Let's do guitar. Keep it simple at first. I could always fade out the guitar if I don't want it later. So B major. Hey, Raisin. Let's see. Any scary chords in here? There's a G diminished. That's not right. I always forget my diminished chords. I know Tripwire sent me like a chord-shaped sheet about this. That was a hard phrase to say. A chord-shaped sheet. Dang it. I tried. G diminished. It's like an upside down D. Beautiful. Oh, stunning. So that would be G sharp minor. Oh, I see. I know it sounds hideous, but in context it will be nice, I promise. Oh, that should be 5th fret. Oh, how do I get up there? I could just do a hammer on instead. What was that other shape I was thinking of? I know I'm close. Where are you? You see me moving my head on the screen where I could just move my eyeballs, but doing that for some reason. Okay, it wants 3rd fret and... Oh. Oh, that's way prettier. And if that's coming from an E major, then it would be... Okay, I just gotta pretend I'm making a major chord, but instead I swap the middle finger. Yeah. You guys get to exclusively see my content, my learning thing. All right, let's see. Check, check. I'm over here now. This one's dedicated to Grandpa. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not a B major. That's B major. 1, 2, and... Sophie! Look at us, officially over a year. Afternoon to you, how are you? Thank you for the resub. I really appreciate it. That does give you a priority request, as I'm sure you know. So if there's something you'd like to hear, just let me know and I'll play it for you. I'm definitely playing accordion. I might do castanets too. I think, why not? It'd be fun. We'll start with the melody though. Runner, thank you for the follow. Wild Grandpa. it quiet. It was getting there. That one, I mean, it's probably obvious. I'm still figuring out a little bit where I want to be with it. But oh man, just that main guitar and the violin sounds so nice. I feel like I have a soft spot for it though, because I feel like Stardew got me through a lot in the past like 6 months. Oh, I feel like that was a new one. Jazzy feminine thumb. Or no, femine. Femine? Femin. Fem. To make a beautiful 269.69. Wow. Femine? Thank you so much, JFTP, for the $27.47 donation, and Gunner for the $10. Thanks for a wonderful musical escape. Thank you, Gunner, for always being so wonderfully supportive. I really appreciate it. And thank you all, you guys. Like, I know I'm treating it like it's really silly. I'm more just laughing at myself because I'm so not good at this yet. But I'm having a lot of fun, and I do think it adds something nice. You guys know I'm always trying to find something new and complementary to the pieces that I learn to just make them extra special and extra heartwarming. So I think I'm going to do another loop similar to this one where I don't really know how it's going to turn out. I haven't done this one before. It's in my very organized files. But I wanted to do Little Root Town, which is a favorite when like for video game hometowns especially. But this piece is so pretty, and I wanted to see if I could make something special with it. So first, I'm going to try and do the guitar. I think I'm going to do a similar instrumentation of guitar, accordion, violin, minimal percussion, and just see what happens. Hey for Dead Poet, how are you doing today? As well as Benefices. I hope everyone's having a nice beginning to their Fridays. Let me know if you're getting into anything this weekend. For mine, I'm mainly going to be resting up and practicing. Silver, what's up? It's good to see you. Definitely going to do Old Town. I might do Old Town after this one. Let's see. So, Little Root Town. Should I strum it or finger pick it? Oh, I should finger pick it because there's a nice walk down. Yeah, let's try it. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing, but let's see what we make. Thank you, Benefices. Thank you. McCloud, hi. 1, 2, 3. I'm so quiet. I gotta bump that up. Okay, take 2. I screwed up. Okay, I can do this. Happy Friday, Shannon. There's one thing I need to figure out here. Then if I make that an F, how would I do that? Oh! Okay, I get it. Okay. Johan, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. Please let me know if I could play you something. Let's see, what do I want next? Maybe some percussion, a little bit. And then I'm gonna do maybe a violin harmony. I really like it. The castanets are kind of nice. Let's see how it's broken down. Yeah. Oh, I'm so happy. Angel Band is next. Let me grab that. Oh, I'm so happy. I know that one took me a while to build. It was just my first time doing it, so I took my time just making sure I added things correctly. But that felt so warm and cozy. I'm so happy. These shakers that I got and like the castanets really do add a nice little edge to it. Thank you everybody so much for the support and everything. I really appreciate it. And Memzel, hello, it's so nice to see you. I was lurking yesterday a bit. I came over in the Ida raid. Okay, we're gonna get bluegrassy on this one. Thank you, everybody. And again, I'm figuring out ways to expand, and I just got the percussion instruments yesterday, but I'm always going to be changing these up just a little bit and making them more time conscious, where I'm not just going through it too fast. I think I just need a strum it for this one, and then I'll have the banjo pick up the rest. This one I can drag and make too slow, so I'm going to consciously push it. One, two, three. Friday. Shouldn't have done that. Dang it. Ooh. Okay, I got it. Let's get bluegrass, yeah.
Around me.
My latest trials now have passed. My triumph has begun. Oh, come, angel man, come and around me stand. Oh, bear me away on your snow white wings to my immortal home. Oh, bear me away on your snow white wings to my immortal home. I haven't done that one in a long time. It's such a beautiful song. I have a real soft spot in my heart for real old true classic bluegrass music. Because it's just such a sincere genre of only playing music to try to lift spirits. That's like that was the time in which bluegrass music really started to thrive. It was the Dust Bowl era, and even before that in the Appalachians, and with people who were living such hard lives that playing music was sincerely their escape and their fun and their way also to express their sorrow. Like, that song is just, it's very dark, but it's about knowing your time is coming and you're ready to leave. But I think it's done in such a true, beautiful way. If anyone somewhat recognizes it, a reason you might is because it's actually featured in the film Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? The very last scene where you see all the little girls walking, holding a rope, there's like a bunch of young girls and they all sing this, and it's so beautiful. The entire soundtrack to that movie is my heart. I love it. I love it so much. So Tofi, I hope that you liked it. Thank you so much. But we've done some pretty chill vibes to start with. I feel like I should up the energy a little bit. So we're gonna do a more upbeat song called Old Town. And one of you guys actually told me, Tripwire, what's up? It's good to see you. I was just getting into some bluegrass. Have you experimented with bluegrass for cello playing? Yes, I've seen a couple players do more like fiddle styles on the cello. I feel like that'd be interesting to see. Tripwire is a cellist, by the way, and a violin player, for anyone who's curious as to what I'm talking about. Not a fan of bluegrass? Fair, respect. And Blanca, hello, it's always lovely to see you, as always. So, one of you guys actually in chat told me that this song I'm about to play, I thought it was by the Corrs, but it was actually a cover that the Corrs did. Either way, I first learned about this song from our VIP and legendary sweetheart, Silver Storm, and I learned this one just for them to surprise them, and it's ended up being one of my favorites to play. It's really fun. I've been trying to be braver, like I said. I hope you're not sick of hearing me say that consistently. But I'm gonna try and play some piano on this one as well. Okay, so this is a track that I did pre-record the guitar on. The guitar is on track 17, and I'm gonna layer strings and piano. You might not hear the piano as well while I'm playing it, but then you'll hear it in the recording. I don't know what's up with the looper. The output volume comes out louder than the input, so I try to plan accordingly. I know it's not the most ideal, but I'm slowly making improvements to everything as we go. We'll get there. I screwed up. I realized I also smashed my dash. I feel like I didn't thank you properly. Thank you so much for the resub for 9 months. We got our own little beautiful bundle, little baby, Twitch baby. I really appreciate you. And please let me know if I could play you something. You get a priority request if there's something you'd like to hear. All right, let's see if I can do piano. Longtime trucker, thank you for the sub. Thank you. You also get a priority request if there's something you'd like to hear. Just let me know. Oh, I'm nervous playing piano. I'll do my best. You know what this needs? Put it somewhere else. deleted my backup vocals. I guess I'll just make more. Then I need the higher one. Hey, Genesis Keeper Music! Thank you for the raid. Hi! I'm just making a loop, but if I could play you something after this, please let me know. This boy is cracking up. This boy is broken down. This boy is cracking. Girl's a fool, she broke the rules, she hurt him hard. This time he will break down. She lost his trust, so she must, 'cause all is lost. The system has broke down. Romance has broke down. This boy is cracking up. This boy is broken down. This boy is cracking up. This boy has broke down. She plays it hard, she plays it tough. But that's enough, her love is over. She broke his heart and that is rough. But in the end he'll soon recover. The romance is over. This boy is cracking up. This boy is broken down. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This boy is cracking up. This boy has broke down. I've been spending my time in the old hometown. I sure miss you, honey, now that you're not around. I've been spending my time in the old hometown. I sure miss you, honey, now that you're not around. Not around this old town. This boy is cracking up. This boy is broken down. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This boy is cracking up. This boy has broke down. A little rough in some spots. I feel like the shaker might have been too loud too. I'm brand new to adding that to the gain levels, so I'm trying to find that sweet spot of when it's a good volume. Genesis, thank you again so much for the raid. I can see by your name you're a musician as well. I'm making sure to give a follow. I tend to forget these things. But how was your stream? And what kind of music do you do on your stream, out of curiosity? And let me know if there's something I could play for you as well. I would love to. I'm seeing a guitar here. I'm seeing a mic prep for singing, or maybe you just play guitar. Sing some pop songs and chill out. Well, Twitch music is definitely like the perfect place to do that. Well, I'll make sure to drop by your stream sometime soon. What I do here, for anyone who's new, hi, my name's Joe. And I do loops using a looper. And I also play a video game song. So I'll do covers of artists ranging from The Corrs to The Band to Ozzy Osbourne to Paul McCartney. I got lots of different stuff here. And then I also play video game music because I love video game music so much. So if there's something I could play for anyone who's new, just let me know. I feel like I want to go back to playing to some tracks just for a moment here. And there's a particular song I think I'd like to do to help me chill. Can you hear some Beatles? I could do Yesterday. Let's do that. It's kind of I feel like a crime that I don't have more Beatles stuff on my list. I should change that. Let's see. The man named Beautiful. You have none? Okay, now I feel a little better. Well, I think the key to like doing songs, like and adding stuff to your song list is only adding things if you feel like you really love it. Because I feel like I've tried to force songs before. Because like I know it will make maybe like someone watching happy. But if I don't have like a connection to it, I just really struggle. Oh wait. So F sharp G. That should be it. Thank you for the follows, by the way, from Alien79 Sky and Genesis. And 123 Kappa Pride. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Rock and roll, it's good to see you. And let's make a loopy doop, shall we? I feel like, you know the expression slap happy? I don't feel slap happy, but I feel like accordion happy. Or I feel like accordion would sound really pretty on this. So I might add that. Raizato, thank you for the follow. Nimos Official, thank you for gifting a sub to Genesis. Thank you so much. Is that a reference to Sega Genesis? Or am I just sidetracked? And Nimos, thank you for the new sub. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Oh no. Well, it's a good thing, but we're very close to hitting 16,000. And if we do that, then I'm going to learn and perform Bloody Tears from Castlevania. Oh, I was saying, is Genesis a reference to Sega Genesis or something else? I was just curious. Thank you, Nimos. Let me know if I could play something for you. When you sub, gift a sub, donate, or bits, anything to support the channel, I play you a priority request, which is anything from my list. Okay, let's do this. Oh, shoot. Oh, I played a wrong chord. Kind of came about when I was thinking about staying true to your roots, and Kiefer is like a German name that means noble. How regal. Unlike my playing just now. Bad. seemed so far away. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Oh, yesterday came suddenly. Why she had to go, I know she would say. I said something wrong, now I long for yesterday. Yesterday, love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Oh, yesterday came suddenly. Why she had to go, I know she would say. I said something wrong, now I long for yesterday. Love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Oh, yesterday came suddenly. Why she had to go, and all she would say. I said something wrong, now I long for yesterday. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Nimos, thank you so much. I saw that you asked for Wake Me Up When September Ends. I can totally do that for you. Thank you guys. Thank you, Risotto. Um, thank you. Thank you for Thehanga. Thank you guys. Tatun Totem. It's good to see you again. Oh, I liked my inflections there. Tatun Totem. I kind of have like a laugh in the back of my mind when I think of that song because my grandmother was a beautiful, fantastic woman born in Ireland, moved to America, met the love of her life, and had a family. My father. And my dad has always loved music. And my dad would say how when he was younger, he would listen to the Beatles. And my grandma didn't like a lot of it, but she always liked that song. And she would say whenever it came on, like she didn't like the other stuff, but she would walk by his room and be like, I don't like that band, but I really like that song. So I always think of my beautiful, wonderful grandmother whenever I think of that one. Let's see here. I also haven't done that one for like a really long time, so it felt nice revisiting it. Isn't it cute for Nymos? Is it Nymos or Nimos? I feel like, is it a intense Y? Armac, that's a fair question. No, my grandma was a loving woman. She didn't like rock music. That was it. I do like actually a fair amount of the Beatles catalog. I think I just wanted to like steer away from it for my own stuff, only because there's already so many good versions that, and you guys will, anyone who stays longer or gets to know me a bit, I'm really passionate about finding what I feel are kind of like hidden gems. I know a lot of my songs aren't that, but I try to pick songs where, again, it's something that I feel really connected to. And I also get really excited if it's by an artist that maybe not a lot of people know or something like that. So then I could maybe be the one to introduce this artist who's being a musician. I, of course, want to make something that other people love and want to spread. So in turn, it feels really good being a musician and lifting up those artists that I find really inspirational, including the video game tracks. It's part of the reason I do game music is I think a lot of it is overlooked because it is game music, but so much of it is so beautiful and amazing composers put their hard work into it. So what I do is I listen to them and I write out sheet music and the arrangements. This is all the video game stuff, and I have another binder down there. For Mo, in this binder, all these tabs are different games or franchises. So I have Final Fantasy like 6 through 15. I have most of the Zelda games, Chrono Cross. I have a lot of like smaller level games as well. Kingdom Hearts. I'm trying to name the big ones. But I'm adding to it all the time, so. Okay. So let's do, and you said Nemos, I think? Let me scroll back up. I just want to make sure. I mentally refer to it as Nemos. Grammar book says Nymos, but it's your name. That's a really pretty name. I'll do Nemos then. So I think I'm going to do this one, take a quick break to fill up my coffee cup because it's empty. I'm sorry if I forget. I feel like I'm doing better at remembering how people like for me to say their names. I do try my best, I promise. I never want to seem rude. So I did see, I think you asked for Nemos, if what you were hearing was a track or if it was built. That one was built entirely live in front of you guys. For a fair amount of my loops, sometimes I pre-record the guitar, just because I know that watching a loop isn't everyone's favorite thing, and sometimes it can take a long time. So I try to make sure that I make the process go as smoothly and as quickly as possible. So for this one, I pre-recorded myself playing the guitar part, And I'm going to layer like 3 strings on top and then sing for you guys. I wanted to keep this one pretty bare because I feel like that's how the song wants it to be arranged. I didn't want to clutter it. So I hope you like it. Thank you again for the sub. Thought I heard something. Okay. Hi, Nemesis. Thank you for the raid. Genesis, not Nemesis. Genesis. to pass. The innocent can nevertheless wake me up when September ends. Here comes the rain again, falling from the stars, drenched in my pain again, becoming who we are. As my memory rests, but never forgets what I have lost, wake me up when September ends. Summer has come and passed. The innocent can never last. Wake me up when September ends. Like my father's come to pass, the innocent can never last. Wake me up when September ends. Here comes the rain again, falling from the stars, drenched in my pain again, becoming who we are. As my memory rests, but never forgets what I have lost, wake me up when September ends. Stan, what's up? Also, Smash Madash, are you still here? I skipped your request and realized it partway in. I felt so bad. I will play it right now. I really hope you're still here. Andre, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to over there? Let me know. And for Nemos, I only go through the looper, the Boss RC300, and then I put that directly into the mixer. But those are the only two things. Oh, thank goodness. I'm so sorry, Smash Madash. We had our Twitch baby together, and then I just walked out. I went out for a pack of cigarettes, and I never came home. But I'm back, and I don't smoke. So, my bad. I'm going to be switching event like very soon. I'm figuring out the logistics this weekend. To switch from the Boss RC300 to Ableton, because then I can do loops faster. Like right now, if I do the shaker egg, I have to do the entire verse section for how my looper works currently. Whereas in the program, I could just do this for a measure and then have it infinitely loop. So there's going to be more that I'm going to have to figure out along the way. But if you decide to follow me on my journey, it's only going to keep getting more efficient. And I add more songs every single week. And yeah, I'm constantly trying to learn some new things. What's up for Greg, by the way? Most of you guys know Greg and Alicia of The Compliments, the amazing duo, and one of my favorite music channels on Twitch. They're amazing. Make sure to check them out. They have beautiful harmonies. Greg plays piano, guitar, and a bunch of things so well. Greg, what do you use to loop? Do you use Ableton? I'm realizing that most streamers, loop artists, will use either this boss or they'll use Ableton. Optimus and Tatuntatum. Thank you so much. And my dad says thank you for the follow. You still use the loop pedal. Do you use the Boss RC? Out of curiosity. And Cello Bow, thank you for the follow. Have a wonderful night for Risato. I'm happy that you've got to pop in today. So we're going to do now Once Upon a December, and then I'm going to take a really quick break to just fill up my coffee cup, use the restroom. And then when I get back, I'd love to show you guys my new YouTube video. Speaking of learning about tech, I had to learn a lot about Final Cut and my editing program in order to get this done. Thanks to you guys, I saved up donations for a couple weeks and I bought my very first desktop computer, which is right here. And I have spent a lot of time learning how to edit and learning how to do fancy things. This video is kind of silly, but the image was so clear in my head, I just had to make it happen. Is the 505 the one with 2 pedals? And Redian? Thank you so much for the follow. Sorry if I said your name wrong. Oh, the hand-controlled one. Yeah, I think Scott Fernandez uses that. I think. He also has one of these. He's been one of my, like, looping guides. He's very good with knowing about that stuff. Composey also has a 505. Interesting. All these options. But never forgets what I have lost. Anything past Windows Movie Maker is absolutely incomprehensible. I watched so many YouTube tutorials that I'm now getting suggested YouTube tutorials, which both makes me proud, but also kind of irritated, because I'm like, man, I want my curated list of dumb stuff to watch. Don't try to continue to educate me, YouTube. I'm on break now. Leave me be. All right, Smash My Dash. This is for you, my darling. someone sings once upon a December. I usually put the main line on a separate track so then I'm not doubling it. I kind of wish I did that, but next time. My voice is still a little bit scratchy. I'm still trying to warm up a little bit. I hope you guys don't mind. But thank you again, Smash Madash, for the resub and brand new sub, Redian. Is it Redian or like Redine? Help me. I try to pronounce as best I can. But you get a priority request as well. No pressure if you'd rather not pick something, but if there's something on my list that you would like to hear, and this is for anyone else who's new as well, by the way. First off, hi, and thank you for popping in. The way my song list works, and if you'd like to ask for a song, you just have to do any of the things that help support the channel and allow this to be my focus, and just making sure I continue to... Redian? Okay, cool. Just making sure. Just making sure that I put my primary effort towards coming back each week with more music and practicing and keeping it rolling. So, if you donate, sub, gift a sub, or bits, with like a $5 minimum, like 500 bits, I'll play anything on my list that you'd like. Yeah. Thank you, guys. And Melon Lord, that makes me very happy to hear. We had like a very nice flow of, hey, for the Dougie Bell, I actually make a loop for the Outer Wilds theme. I can play that for you right when I get back from my break if you want. Because it's a great soundtrack. I really like it. So I'll do that when I get back. And of course, if you see anything that you'd like, Redian. Yeah, for sure, for the Dougie Bell. Like, I'm very passionate about playing video game music, and I love, hitting the big ones like Final Fantasy, but I also love doing the smaller games as well. I could see that for McLeod for sure. But I do need to take a break real fast to just fill up my coffee cup and use the restroom. So I'm going to do that real quick. But I really appreciate you guys. This is such a dream come true for me. I'm very, very appreciative, and I feel very lucky to be able to play music for you. So thank you very much. While I'm gone, I'm going to put up another video that's on my YouTube channel right here, Joe Cleary. And after the Outer Wilds theme, then I can show you guys the brand new video I made. So lots of new exciting stuff. Let's start simple, and I'll just do my Wilco cover.
Then check this out.
Oh, I made it. I did the running upstairs with a full cup of liquid. That made me very nervous. Elton John's Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. I can do that. Oh, that was so nerve-wracking. So that's one of the covers that I've recorded and I've put up on the YouTube channel right here, Joe Cleary. I'm in the process of taking all the loops that I've arranged and recording them and having a concept for video and putting it all together and slapping it up on the YouTube channel. And the newest one I'm going to be premiering to you guys today and actually putting up on the website tomorrow. So we will get to that after I do the theme from Outer Wilds, and then let's just do it. And then we'll show you the new video. It's kind of nervous. It's a different vibe. That is not closed all the way. That's very nerve-wracking. This is so pretty, by the way. I love how it reflects all the different colors. Love it. You guys know I'm really big on used clothing. I buy almost all my clothing used. Yes, that's a better price, and it's also better for the environment. I even buy items. I got this off Poshmark too. They said it was never used, but like, I don't know. I don't care. It's fine. I don't mind reusing things. Oh, raisin. Oh my goodness. Oh God. For R5N, thank you for the host, by the way. It's great. And with reusing clothing, it's I don't know, it's just something that I think is really a positive thing to try and do. The Outer Wilds theme. I hope the Dougie Bee is still here. We got... Oh, there you are. Perfect. You said you learned this on guitar? I do it in the original key, I think, so you can even play along if you want. Just a little sip before we go. Oh, just the right amount of sugar and water. I mean, well, technically water, right? Non-fat milk. McLeod, are you saying that this is your cup that I bought? I don't know. Why didn't you say something earlier then? I've had this mug, believe it or not, since I was a sophomore in college. It was one of the first things I bought when I was living on my own. I was like, what would an adult buy? Ah, of course, a mug for adult coffee, because I'm an adult. And that's the adult mug that I picked. Oh, I need guitar first. Vomitus, you're right. I lied to you. Lied about lying. Now everybody's confused, including me. Oh, let me open up here. 3. We even got some eggs and that sounds so weird out of context. There was even an egg in it, was what I was trying. I bought these yesterday and I'm excited about using them. That was really fun. Oh my gosh, you guys, we've had like 3 brand new subs today. My heart is so warm right now. Rufio, thank you so much for the sub. I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Are you vegan for Cathedora? Just curious. A lot of my friends are vegan, and it's allowed me to appreciate how yummy vegan food is. Oh, Dougie, don't worry. Like, of course, I appreciate all forms. Like all forms of the support, I'm really, really grateful for. Sincerely, don't worry about it. Um, Rufio, since you subscribed, that does give you a priority request. If there's something that you'd like to hear, just let me know. Um, I would probably starve if I were fair. There is like a learning curve. I do still eat meat, but I've been trying to eat less. One of the reasons was because, oh, I get it. One of the reasons is because a lot of my friends are vegan. And if I cook for them, I want to know how. So I've learned how to make like a vegan chili and a couple things like that that are quite good. And I know that I've heard that if everyone cut down their meat eating just like a little bit, it could make huge changes for the environment. So I try to have meat at this point like once or twice, just once a week, usually once or twice. Let's see. I do like tofu as well. Vegan chili is super easy. It's really, really good to have like for long periods of time, and it's super good, especially now that we're getting into fall and colder weather. It's a great like warm, happy thing. I had one other thought, and then I was gonna show you guys the new YouTube video. Um, Wax, if you have any suggestions for vegan recipes, I would appreciate it. Yes, I really like to try and make my friends feel welcome, but I need to cook something vegan for them. The last thought that I was going to say was for anyone who's new, by the way, we made a sub goal if we reached 1,000 that I would do my very first game stream. I play a lot of video game music, and I clearly love video games. So people kept asking me, when are you going to play games? And I was like, if we reach 1,000, and we've exploded that. So I had to make extension goals. You guys are so nice. Thank you so much. The extension goal for Bloody Tears is the piece that I'm going to learn and perform if we reach 1,600. And then if we do 2,000, I will learn a brand new harp song. I've been practicing, but admittedly putting it on the back burner with all my projects that I've been working on currently. I play for 4 bands here in Nashville, and while I'm not doing as many live shows, I've been going back and forth. For the first day of game streaming for RMAC, I'm just going to have like a party day doing Jackbox games with the rest of the mods. I'm going to show you guys my Stardew farm, and I'm open for other suggestions as well. But something like Outer Wilds, I think, could be a great game that I could also do on Joe Play, or it's called Joe Doesn't Play Violin. Very clever. Coined by the amazing Maud Raisinox. Very good. Stardew Valley is the game, but a lot of people like to show their Stardew farm, what they've been working on, so I was going to show that. But I was hoping to just once or twice a month really chill, really relax, not putting pressure on growing the channel or anything like that. Just sit down and play some games. Yes, there's a lot of games I want to play. There's songs on my list that I've learned music for, but I haven't played, like Outer Wilds, so I thought that'd be fun. Nemos? I'm not sure. Okay, I am going to show you guys the new video. It's quirky. It's kind of cute. It's short, but I'll just let you see it. I learned you can tell I learned some editing tricks, so I hope you like it. I'm very nervous. Okay, ready? 3, 2, premiere, go. I did it! I learned, what was it called? I should memorize it. I should have memorized this. Keyframing. I learned how to do keyframing. And I learned how to do image masking. I learned how to do all of that from scratch. I know I went overboard on it, but I just had this vision of me with these little fishes floating around. I was like, I just need to make this happen. Is it the most serious video? No. Am I the most serious streamer? Definitely not. So I have like the more serious polished videos, but I just wanted to do something fun and something cute and not take everything so seriously. So thank you guys so much. Oh, cornflake. Oh, goodness. I've made the mods watch various versions of me in fishes, so I appreciate it. And I'll probably play it a couple times throughout the stream. As you've noticed, it's very short. Well, that's what I was thinking for Tripwire. Like, I tried to make a couple versions of this video. I remember when I said I had to keep refilming it. Because I tried the serious version of this, and I hated it. I hated it so much. I was like, this is just so pretentious looking. And so then I really sat down and I was like, what do I think of when I listen to this? I was like, I just think of the fish, like the cheap cheeps just floating around. And I was like, what if I was a cheap cheep? And then hours and hours later, I made that. So I'm thrilled. I still am going to do the polished ones like the Wilco video and the This Will Be Our Year one. But I've been in a mindset lately where, honestly, ever since our 2-year stream, let me put on some background music because I'm just talking a bit at you. I realized in the 2-year stream that ultimately I just want to make things. I just want to explore and challenge myself musically and creatively, and even if it's silly little things or very serious, ambitious projects, I want to cover it all, and I want to do it with you guys. I feel like you've made me brave enough to try and make a little instrumental arrangement of that water level from Super Mario Brothers, and you've also challenged me to do orchestrated loops of Paranoid Android and quartets for French films and all this stuff. So I'm just really appreciative for you guys, and I want you to know that I'm just motivated and I'm determined to keep this going, and I hope I make you proud. Like, Sincerely, that sounds really cheesy, but I value you, and I want to do well. I see everyone that joins the community or subs or just even listens to one song. I view you as someone that's in a small way invested in me potentially like full-time really doing this. I'm doing Twitch full-time now, but I still teach a little bit on the side and do some freelance as well. But I take it very seriously, so I hope you know that. Even though I'm editing my face in little fishes, I'm doing it with the hopes of making something beautiful. So yeah, that's the newest video. I'm going to officially put it up on YouTube tomorrow. I wanted to do an exclusive premiere on here today. And I'm already starting my ideas for the next video, which is going to be a cover song. Adiana, I saw you pop in during that video and I was just like, ooh, I wonder what Adiana thinks of this. But it's good to see you. How are you doing? Most of you guys know who Adiana is, but in case you don't, she's a fantastic, fantastic singer. Really wonderful and great company. I feel like you have a very good balance of hanging out on stream and presenting a show. So, highly recommend. And she's lovely on top of that. Ben here, just had to chime in on the video. If you ever want to edit your face inside of a fish, by the way, just let me know. I can hook you up. I've had many hours of practice. Thank you, Stan. I mean, you've been a huge supporter of the channel. Let's see. I know that we have Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. I'm questioning on this song if I should try and make it a loop. And if I'm questioning, that means I should probably just try it. I love this song. I haven't been able to make it a loop yet, but I've grown a lot. So why don't I just try? I'm gonna try. I used to just sing it and play it, but again, I want to keep trying to push myself and do better. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Zykolos, thank you for the hosts, and hello, how are you? Thank you guys for always letting me be kind of just honest and transparent. I've been told I'm kind of too feely by a lot of people. Lovingly, of course, but I feel very comfortable telling you how I feel, so thank you. Okay, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. There it is. Let's see. I also saw, I want to remember, it was like Adi Samba, that thing? One of the new follows today. I saw that you followed the YouTube channel. Thank you, I really appreciate that. It's interesting trying to build on another website. Because Twitch is obviously like my home. Like this is where I'm meant to be. But I know it's important to put myself out there in other forums as well. And also, I love seeing the YouTube channel build because that's specifically for polished projects. So it's like a different kind of satisfaction building that one. Anyway, let's try and do Elton John here. And then after that, I think I'm gonna do some instrumental pieces and we'll just go from there. But cheers, everybody. Thank you for letting me show you my new silly project. Guitar. Nemos, thank you. Thank you, Bruce Soup. Thank you very much. Ooh, I kind of clipped my thumb in there. That was not comfy. Okay, I have no idea what I'm going to do for strings. I'm hoping it's just going to come to me. But we're going to start doing chords. This is for you, Dr. Matthew Damon. Are we loud enough? 3. Oh, I skipped the F chord. D flat, that's 4th fret, right? Yeah. Okay. 3. Oh my God, those chords are beautiful. Such a well-organized song. Okay, I don't know what I'm gonna do for strings yet. I'm gonna do myself. I'm gonna do the best job I can. Hey Layer Cake, how are you? Ready, and thank you so much for gifting a sub to Brew Soup. I really appreciate you. Okay, let's get a feel for it first. Start. It's flowing. I think I got an idea. Ready, and thank you so much. Okay, I got this. was just making sure I didn't loop that. Hi, Gary! Hello, all of Gary's friends! How was The Sims today? I was lurking a bit. But thank you so much for the raid, Gary. For anyone who doesn't know Gary, oh, there's my butt. There's more bumps. Gary's my favorite game streamer. He was my gateway drug of seeing the gaming world on Twitch. I was just doing a loop right now. It's my first time trying it. But let me know if I could play something for you, Gary. I'd love to. Radian, thank you for gifting 10 subs. Thank you. Sorry, pencils. But what I do here is I make covers and I sing on them, but the other half of my stuff is video game music. And I make all my arrangements myself, and I play a bunch of different stuff. Ataka Masha, I've lurked on your stream once before as well. I got shy though, I didn't say hi. Okay, let's sing this. I tried this for a brand new loop today. We'll see how it goes. I should have stayed on the farm. I should have listened to my old man. You know you couldn't know me forever. I didn't sign up with you. I'm not a present for your friends to open. This boy's too young to be singing. Oh wait, I'm early. Friends to open. The boy's too young to be singing. The blue eyes. Goodbye, yellow brick road, where the dogs of society howl. You can't blame me in your penthouse. I'm going back to my plow, back to the howling hole down in the woods, back to the horny black road. Yes, I finally see my future lies beyond the yellow brick road. What do you think you'll do then? I bet they'll shoot down the plane. It'll take you a couple vodka and tonics to get you on your feet again. Maybe you'll find a replacement. There's plenty like me to be found. Mongrels who ain't got a penny, sniffing for tidbits like you. Where the dogs of society howl. You can't put me in your penthouse. I'm going back to my plow, back to the howling hole down in the woods, planting a honey cracker. Yes, I finally decided my future lies beyond the yellow brick road. That came together pretty well. Checking out my string layers. Radian, thank you so much for gifting so many subs. Thank you, Masha. And of course, Scary, thank you so much. I know you really like Final Fantasy VIII. I already did the Outer Wilds theme today. But is there something I could play for you? I'd love to play you something. Anything from 8. Oh, to show you guys. This is all the music I made. So this one's video games, that one's instrumental loops, this is Final Fantasy, and that's like my singing songs. And I'm working on another binder, so there's new music every single week. So much music. Let's do... It's my favorite, but we're gonna do Fisherman's Horizon. Cheers, Gary and Gary's... No, I guess you guys would be Buns. Is that good? Cheers, y'all. How was the rest of your stream? I just got to see you building... Carrie? Buns. I must have said Gary Etz. But that's not good. That's bad. All right, instrumental loop of Fisherman's Horizon. You might have noticed by my follow gif, Renoa, that I'm quite fond of Final Fantasy VIII. 9's my favorite, but I really like 8 too. And I actually put a video out of me in my very first cosplay. Of course, Lady Renoa. You could see that if you want to see my cover, Breezy. But let's do this one. Start with guitar. A little louder, huh? 3. I messed up a couple notes at the end. Lately, I've gotten to a point where almost all of my songs are like partially memorized. So when I lose myself in it, I lose myself in where we're at. Thank you again so much for the raid, Gary. That was such a pleasant surprise. And thank you for Necro MX for the raid as well. I really, really appreciate you guys so much. And again, for anyone who's new, hi, I'm Joe. I play video game music and covers. Is it the most cohesive song list? No, but all of the songs are sincerely things that I absolutely love, and I put my whole heart into them. I love this, and I love Twitch. I love this community, and I just feel really lucky. So thank you, everybody. I don't have any more priority requests, so I think I'm just gonna keep on a rolling here. I kind of have a craving to do this Nier song. I do take requests in my Discord for certain pieces, and one of our friends here, Cephalon Kiwi, asked me to learn a song called Voice of No Return, and this one is from Nier. It's the second Nier song I've learned. I've picked another one that I started that's so pretty. It's so pretty, but it's not quite ready yet. It will get there, but I would like to do this one for you. I think after making a string quartet, it would be a nice transition. I also released a brand new YouTube video. Well, it's not released. I'm just giving you guys the exclusive peek of it. But I just finished and edited, and it's all ready to go. My brand new video game arrangement that I'm releasing on YouTube tomorrow. It's my very first Mario one. It's very cute. Maybe I'll show you guys that after I do this track. If you want. I don't know if I should space it out for people who've been here for a bit. Thank you for the follows as well, by the way, you guys. Thank you. Let's see. We got Julia Von Reagan. That's a very fancy name. You're very fancy. I'm honored by your fanciness. Daniel, Saltiata, Attack, and Masha, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Nordic Outlander, thank you. Vegan Robot, and Cataclysm. I got that one. Sometimes I read pretty darn good. Oh my god, my heart. Ow. Ow, my heart. Why is Pokemon playing at the same time? How dare you? Oh, my heart. It burns. Oh. Oh no. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Whoa. That's okay. Not okay. Oh, so pretty. A part of me wants to like just do a loop of it, but I feel like I'm scared to try and do any loop arrangements from near because the vocals in it are so perfect as is. So if I tried to do like, I don't know, I'm nervous to sing like they do. They sing so good. Ben, it's good to see you. How are you doing today? Um, hey, let me show y'all my silly little video I made. It's pretty advanced. You can tell I learned how to use a couple of tricks in Logic Pro. I spent an embarrassing amount of hours on this, but I hope you like it. Here it is. Oh my god, I managed to run downstairs and get coffee during that. That was stressful. Thank you guys. Thank you, Gary. Oh man. Yeah, that was there was a lot of time spent on that. That is a shocking trick that I've managed to pull off for Cat Dad. I'm 5'1", so I'm a very short person. But I've been working really hard on making sure I learn a lot about cameras, lighting, editing, and all this stuff. I've saved the donations for a couple weeks to buy my very first desktop computer, thanks to you guys. Thank you so much. And I just wanted to make sure that I use the opportunities that you guys have presented to me to my fullest capability. Did you think it was going to be me making myself into little fish? Probably not. I'm sorry if I've disappointed you. But it was something that I needed to do. It had to happen. It had to come out of my brain space. So, now I can start the next YouTube video. Yay! I switch off between cover videos and video game pieces. So, we've done the video game piece. I'm probably going to be doing... I guess I won't say it. Most of you guys know which one I'm leaning towards. Jingra, how are you? I said, how was you? How was you? It's nice to see you. Pleasantly surprised. There was one night I was having a real tough time editing that, and I was getting so angry that I was like tearing up. It was because of other things happening that day. And then I just burst out laughing as I realized I was editing my face into a freaking fish with tears in my eyes, like with me playing a washboard. I was like, this is dumb. I should stop being dumb now. Let's see. I think I'm gonna keep playing to some tracks now. I want to go into more like chill vibe, like a little bit jazzier. So I'm gonna do Persona 5 Beneath the Mask. I really like that piece. This music is what I imagine going on in my cat's head all day, nonstop. But like a little more out of tune. Like where the guitar is like a little messed up. Where it's like just a little more uncomfortable sounding. But I think that's what goes on in Baloo's head for most of the day. You've made a lot of good life decisions to end up in a place where you're making videos of yourself as a fish playing the washboard. And that you didn't mean sarcasm. I didn't take it like that. No, again, y'all, like, I... It's like walking around. Oh my god. Can you see it though? It's just so funny. Oh man. Oh, poor Baloo. I have a very disturbed cat. He has a lot of stress issues. He attacks his own tail to the point where he injures himself. It's an actual diagnosed thing, believe it or not, called hyperesthesia. So I'm constantly clipping his nails and making sure he doesn't hurt himself. He's a very happy cat otherwise, but sometimes he just gets a little bit stressed out. We had quite the adventure this morning with Baloo. He was very stressed out. He was letting me know he was not happy. He gets particularly disturbed when he has to use the bathroom for number twos. It's very traumatic for him for some reason. And he threw an absolute disaster of a hissy fit. Like, it was so funny though. Like, I don't know, it's dumb. I'm sorry. I'm going on a tangent. But he proceeded to knock over everything in the laundry room and then screamed upstairs for about 10 minutes and jumped on the counter, which is not supposed to do, and knocked over my bowl of cereal. Because he took a poop. Very upsetting. It's very upsetting. who's played Persona 5 knows and loves this freaking song. It is so chill and so relaxing. I know that Persona 5 is like a long game, but I loved it. I was also seeing today, you know, we get articles catered to what our interests are, that I saw that they did a vote for like the most popular characters with Persona 5. And I was really surprised to see the order of it. I don't know if anyone's invested in this story, but number 1 was Joker, as you can probably guess. And I want anyone who wants to participate, you don't have to try and guess who number 2 was. It blew my mind. I think I agree, but I was surprised. Dimensions, it's great to see you. How are you doing today? So I was kind of methodically building this up to get some more uppity fun pieces because it's been so chill today, which is great. I love providing the chill for y'all. But I think I want to get a bit more excited. Yes, I want to build up to do like some Supertramp and maybe like, I don't know. I know I want to do Breakfast in America though. All of the Persona soundtracks are super, super chill. I've only played 5, but I heard 4 is good. And I've heard teases about 6, which I'm very excited about. Morgana's a very solid guess. For me, Maruki, fair. 4 is good, the only one that you've played through. I'm only suggesting one I've played, but I love 5. And this song, for anyone in 5, is like the real heart one. They have like a version of it where when it's raining, I'll just show you, it's so pretty. They do this exact same theme, but during the rain, it's like totally stripped down. And whenever it rained in the game, I was so excited to hear it. It's so chill. Like, oh my god, yes. Please let me be in my jammies on the couch and just be cuddled up and happy and safe inside. Warm. Nice. Why? It's good to see you. How are you? Jago, Supertramp, haven't heard that in 30 years. I love Breakfast in America. I think it's like the freaking coolest song. And I recently got these shaker eggs, so it's about to get crazy up in here. Why? It blew my mind. I didn't know this. These all look the same, right? But they're freaking different. They each have different volumes. Like it says on the back of this one, soft. And then this one is extra loud. And they totally are different. Like here's the soft. This one's kind of too slow for the shaker. Here's super loud. Like, are the beads just bigger? How does that happen? This is so much different. Nope. That's the end of my tangent about little beads inside of eggs, which apparently has shocked me. The other newest addition to our instrumental family is very exciting. I noticed there's a particular sound in a lot of video game pieces, and I was like, hey, I want to make that sound in my loops. What is that sound? And then I figured it out. Castanet. Yes. So cool. I love it. Burps. Burps have been a part of this channel since the very beginning. Duh. You should know that. Oh, you don't want to see me dance. No one wants to see that. But you'll see it. You have no choice. Anyway. Thank you, everybody. If anyone stayed around from Gary's raid, thank you for giving me a shot. And for anyone who's new, welcome. Thank you, Redian, for gifting all those subs. I really appreciate it. I said if we reach 1,600 subs, I was not expecting it to get this high, that I would learn and perform video game favorite epic song, Bloody Tears from Castlevania. And if by some miracle, I purposely put it really high, as it's gonna be hard for me, I will play my second harp song for you if we reach 2,000. To be clear, my original goal was 1,000, and I was not expecting it to go higher than that, so thank you everybody so much. I just thought I'd make some extend goals to keep September fun and interesting, but I'm by no means asking for, any more. People have been so generous, and it gives me the gift of being able to make this my primary focus and spend my days off learning more music and arranging and recording and trying to make more things. I've said before that you guys have given me obviously like gift subs and an income, yes, but the biggest thing you've given me is the gift of deciding how I'm going to spend my time. I used to be doing a lot more freelance where I'd be in vans for like 60 hours on a weekend, traveling on the road to play shows for cover bands and a variety of things. I still do gigs like that, but now I get to pick the shows that I really want to do, and I don't have to give everything to just get that income being a musician. You guys have given me a choice, and I take advantage of that, and I take this very seriously, so thank you very much. Again, I have new music every week. I've been writing my own music. I've been recording. And I'm going to try my best to make you proud. I work really hard, and I just appreciate you very much. So, let's do a celebration party moment. I want to do a really cool piece. Humblebee, what is up? Thank you for the follow. I'm going to do a really fun piece called, I don't know how to say it. I don't think it's real words. Might be Daus Shinandakara. And it's from a game called Gravity Rush. I heard it and was like, this is dope. I need to learn this. So here we are. Oh, this one's so fun. I'm so excited. Hash phone group chats, go away. I love you, but go away. Ready? Party commence. Gunner, I was thinking the same thing. There's this like, I feel like era of jazz that is so awesome, and I just wish it would make a comeback. The style of jazz where it was like mainly clarinets doing the front line, and there was banjos and there was violins as well as the horns. Jingra, thank you for the $5 donation. Thanks for sharing such fantastic music, Joe. Sending all the best wishes and the support from the UK. I love my UK viewers so much. You guys are all so sweet. Thank you very, very much. That does give you a priority request for Jingra. If there's something that you'd like to hear in particular, just let me or the mods know. But I think there's something about that classic jazz era that's just so heartwarming and sweet and beautiful. Because like when it came to like something like going on a date at that time, like you would go to a jazz club and you would dance and there'd be like everyone's wearing suits and oh my gosh, this is so fancy and fun. I want that. Can we open one of those in Nashville, please? And I can get all dressed up in my best 20s dapper flapper moments and just go freaking learn how to dance, have a good time. I just think it's such a wonderful part of American music and American music history that I wish. I shouldn't even just say American. Yes, there's a very particular type of European jazz as well with like Django Reinhardt and Stefan Grappelli. It's all just a beautiful mishmash anyway. Tangent complete. Thank you. Sometimes I go on those. Oop, there we go. Well, if I got support for more jazz, let me show you some more jazz. I kind of want to play the song I learned from Professor Layton. It's really hard, and I haven't done it for a bit, so it might sound like trash, but I'm going to try. We got the jazz support. It's called Theme of the Devil's Flute. Mwahaha. And this is from Professor Layton and the Last Spectre. Okay. You can do this. do too hot on that. It's getting better. I probably should have ran through some of those really fast licks a couple times before I jumped into it. Sophronia 0. Thank you so much for a major donation. Thank you so much, Sophronia 0. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To make a beautiful 404.69. Thank you so much, Sophronia. Thank you. Is there anything I can play for you in particular? I know I always like throw a lot of Dragon Quests at you. I don't want to make you sick of it. But if you want something, please just let me know. I'd love to play you something. Thank you so much. Thank you. How do I want to come out of this celebration? I don't know. I'm like stumped. I guess I'll do just a chill thing for now. Thank you again, Sophronia. Thank you. I'm going to do a piece called Lost from a game called Catherine. It has an amazing soundtrack, and the story is really interesting. It's definitely not PG, but the artwork is really beautiful, and I really like the soundtrack. Thank you. Doc, thank you for the $16 donation to make a beautiful 420.69. Yeah! Winning number, beautiful. Good job. Thank you. That run up is so cool. Deep breath. Thank you so much, Sophrania, again. Thank you. Melon Lloyd, I'm happy that you had a better last part of your day. Tomorrow's gonna be a good one, too. I feel it in my heart. Enjoy your happy hour for pencils. That sounds fun, man. Trying to think if I have supplies for happy hour later. I think I just have wine. Wine nice, though. Not mad at the idea of wine later. So, that's what I was trying to do, one of these. So, I do see that we have Kiss from a Rose request for Jingra. Now, I will say for this one, it is one that I have not made a loop to. The form of it is just a little uneven, and it's very difficult for me to figure out where to put each track, if I'm being honest. So I think I'm just going to sing and perform this one for you. My voice has been a little bit fussy the last couple days, but I do have whiskey, but that's a whiskey that I do not drink quick because it's very nice. I try to have that be like a treat if I just want that warm little burning, you know, when you have a good bourbon or whiskey. I like that like at the end of the day, or if I'm doing a lot of recording. Typically when I record, I honestly like to pour myself a glass of bourbon. For Dr. Matthew, I really enjoy Angel's Envy. Angel's Envy. I feel like it's very smooth. I quite enjoy it. Yeah, sipping whiskey. I highly recommend if you're a whiskey fan, check it out. It's very smooth. I feel like Scotch, I've just tried some bad Scotches. Ironically, the best, well, I guess not ironically, but is anyone here a fan of the show Parks and Rec? Because I think the best Scotch I've ever had might have been the one that the actor who plays Ron in it released. He like made his own Scotch. And my old roommate Ryan, got it. And he let me have a small glass. And it was so good. It was smoky. It was the right amount of burn. It was amazing. And I'm holding myself from buying it because it's quite expensive. But again, it's meant to be like a special occasion thing. But man, I want it. I want it. I haven't done this one for such a long time. I'm not even quite sure where I should sing it on the guitar neck. Ba-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na, da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na. That could be pretty easy. I feel like you're not going to believe me, but I actually did play that before on the violin. He was one of my students who was a freshman in high school at the time. Was like, hey, I really want to learn this song. And I was like, which one? He's like, the Parks and Rec theme. I was like, okay. Let's see. Dun-dun-dun-dun. And then I get kind of lost. But yeah, he was like a very shy, very polite young man. And when he asked to do that, I was like, yes, you always do all the assignments I ask you to do. I will play whatever you want, you sweet darling. There used to be a great tower along by the sea. You made. We'll see if it gets too high at the chorus. Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. I think I can handle this key. We'll give it a go. Hey, for Strat Edgar, thank you so much for 100 bits. I really appreciate you. What was the name of that whiskey? The the one that I prefer right now is called Angel's Envy. I'll type it in for you. There's a couple different types you can get, but that's what it's called. And I know y'all were making Tennessee whiskey jokes. I can play that for you if you want. But... Oh my God, it just tripped me out seeing that I typed in chat. I was like, but I'm here. How is that possible? Whoa. That blew my mind. Here we go. This one's for you, Jingra. Thank you again for the donation. And Doc, please let me know if I can play something for you as well. There used to be a great tower alone by the sea. You remain the light on the dark side of me. Love remains a drug that's a high, not a pill. Did you know when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I compare to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. There's so much a man can tell you, so much he can say. You remain my power, my pleasure, my pain. To me, you're like a grown addiction that I can't deny. Now won't you tell me, is that healthy, baby? Did you know when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I compare to a kiss from a rose on a grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, stranger it feels, yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. I've been kissed by a rose on the grave. I've been kissed by a rose on the grave. I've been kissed by a rose on the grave. I've been kissed by a rose. There's so much a man can tell you, so much he can say. You remain my power, my pleasure, my pain. To me, you're like a grown addiction that I can't deny. Now won't you tell me, is that healthy, baby? Did you know when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I compare to a kiss from a rose on a grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, stranger it feels, yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. Ooh, that wasn't easy. Baby. Dun, 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 dun. It felt good doing again, though. It's definitely a song I'm going to be turning into a loop when I figure out the right way to do it. There it is. I think when I switch over to Ableton, it's a guaranteed. Daniel, what's up? I'm getting an urge to do this song. So I'm gonna do it. And you can't stop me. I will always disagree with you, Silver, but I appreciate it. For Canis, I use a foot pedal looper, the Boss RC300. I waited till I saw the sun. Don't know why I didn't come. I left you by the house of fun. Don't know why I didn't come. I don't know why I didn't come. When I saw the break of day, wish that I could fly away. Instead of kneeling in the sand, catching teardrops in my hand. My heart is drenched in wine, but you'll be on my mind forever. Out across the endless sea, I would die in ecstasy, but I'll be a bag of bones driving down the road alone. My heart is drenched in wine, but you'll be on my mind forever. Something has to make you run. Don't know why I didn't come. I feel as empty as a drum. Don't know why I didn't come. I don't know why I didn't come. I don't know why I didn't come. I love that song. It's pretty fun being in the singing side. I got really into my video game repertoire, but now I'm like, ooh, I want to keep singing and playing some songs. Could we do a poll for, I don't know how many mods we got here today. Could we possibly do a poll for if we want chill or what's the opposite? Chill or fun? I don't know. Is there a better way to phrase that? Oh, actually, I'm going to answer my own friggin' question. Hey, if you want Celtic, I got you. Let me play some Celtic for you, my angel, my sweet, my muse. Extreme. Yes. Freaking love that song. That is technically two pieces with traditional Celtic music. You typically take two songs, sometimes three, but usually two, and put them together. So that was Tamlin, and I think Made Behind the Bar is the second piece. But they're also in two different keys, so it does feel like there's like a build to it. I'm not going to pretend like I know a super amount about Irish music, but I'm very interested in it. I think it's beautiful, and I've tried my best to learn it mainly through watching other fiddle players on YouTube. And I slow down. You know how you can slow down YouTube videos? I slow them down and I watch, and then I copy it. But that's how I do it. Did you just hear soup? What? Like if I said soup? What are we talking about? Is everything okay? Is everything fine? Well, on that fun, exciting note, I think what I'm going to do is I need to take a break real quick. Fill up my water. Yes, I'm flying through it. And then when I come back, I really want to do Breakfast in America by Supertramp. I was talking about that earlier today. And that will probably be us rolling into our last hour or so of music. So we'll just have some fun pickings and have a good time. I won't leave you in silence. I'll put on kind of a party video. I'm going to show you guys a video of my band called Fable Cry. Yes, we're getting into the spooky season, right? So I'm going to show you guys a pretty spooky song. It's from our live performance last Halloween. Last Halloween? 2 years ago? Oh my gosh. What is time? I don't know. 2 years ago. Okay. Warning, we're a very loud band and it's kind of spooky. So very much a change of pace. I hope you like it. And I'll be back at the end of the video.
And I grew more embarrassed as my heart betrayed the color. it's not one that you want to hear. But I'll admit the very content has me grinning ear to ear. It took me moments of perception to discover. Before my partners were now partners, thus they both must die with one another. And did I cover that? I really need to bust your bubble. Look out, baby, here I come.
Then check this out.
Hello. Hi, John. How are you? I might have poured myself some Friday evening fun. Ho ho ho. Talking about Angel's Envy made me really want Angel's Envy. But hey, I want to have a moment where I can just cheers you guys. Munin, how are you? I feel like I haven't seen that name for a while. How are you? And thank you guys. That's my band Fable Cry. They are my best friends in the world. They're my everything. If you want to check them out, that's all of our media stuff. But we are planning our big Halloween show. As you can probably imagine, being the spooky band we are, we go all out every single Halloween. Even when we were in quarantine, we managed to put together an online festival featuring more than... Oh, I forgot that this triggers that thing. That's my band, photoshopped as members of the movie Cats, which is my favorite movie. I guess I should fix this, huh? I don't want to change my camera too much. Whatever, it's close enough. That's my band. They're my best friends. Love them. Nemos, thank you very much. But I wanted to cheers everybody. I hope everything's going okay in your lives right now. We're in a weird time. Don't worry, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole of a conversation too much, but I think we can all at least bond in the sense of we're all in this together in some way or another, even if we don't see eye to eye on the best way to get out of it, or any which conversation that could be had. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of downward feelings, so I wanted to at least bring up the fact that we are all in this together. We're gonna get out of this, and you've helped me stay afloat this past 2 years. I started streaming right before everything started, but I don't know what I would have done this past 2 years without you guys, and we're getting close, everybody. We just gotta hold it out a bit longer. I believe in you. Don't do it too hard on yourself if you're frustrated. I get frustrated probably every day to some degree over it, but you're doing great. This has been a weird, traumatic time for all of us, and I think we're killing it personally. So be proud of yourself. Thank you, everybody. Little Buddha, thank you for the follow and count too. It's a weird way for me to toast, I know. And this song is very extra right now. I'm changing my vibes. I like it, but it's not quite the vibe that I want right now. Let's do something like chill. Yeah. So, we are all, dare I say, on this PG channel, Bamfs. Hell yeah, we got this. I'm proud of you. Cheers, everyone. Kane! You subscribed for 6 months in advance. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you so, so, so much. Wine works for cheers. Thank you so much, Kane. That definitely gives you a priority request. Please let me know if there's something I can play for you. And, let's do this Supertramp song that I've been teasing, huh? G Fuel. I feel like I only know that from the sponsorships I see people have, but they describe it like it's awesome. It's like an energy drink, right? I admittedly mostly know it as a PewDiePie. I am so ready. No more coffee, sad. Cool. Oh, that's why it's so loud. Here we go. Change the settings, giving you one last chance for your sips, and then no more while the song is happening. I'm kidding. You can still sip your drink if you want. Heck, I probably will. Yeah. Almost there. And we are ready. I play it in C minor. Bass time, baby! Bass needs to be a little bit louder. I'm gonna bump the gain. It takes some fine tweaking on my end. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Do I want anything else? Yeah, I do.
Take a look at my girlfriend, she's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend, I never seem to get a lot. Take a jumbo across the water like see America. See the girls in California, I'm hoping it's gonna come true. Well, there's not a lot I can do, yeah. Could we have kids for breakfast? Mommy D and Mommy D. They gotta have them in Texas, 'cause everyone's a millionaire. I'm a winner, I'm a sinner, would you like my autograph? I'm a loser, what a joker, I'm playing my jokes upon you. Well, there's not a lot I can do, yeah. At the end of the oh, oh, at the end of the oh, oh, at the end of the oh, oh, at the end of the oh, oh. girlfriend, she's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend, I never seem to get a lot. What's a lot? Not a lot. Take a jumbo across the white hat, like to see America. See the girls in California, I'm hoping it's gonna come true. Well, there's not a lot I can do. One more time now.
That freaking tambourine helped so much. Love it. Yesterday, I did like an unboxing of a bunch of new percussion instruments that I bought for streaming. So I got these shaker eggs. I didn't do it on that one because I didn't think it needed it. I feel like these are better for softer songs. I got castanets. I got a tambo. Got my washboard. We got all the possibilities we need. So it's just so fun for me expanding on my kind of riff-raff family of strange instruments that I used to loop here. But I just feel so fulfilled by them, and I like the sound they make when everything's together. I think it's just fun and unique and cute. I just really like it. So I think I'm going to do my last big one, and then we're going to start winding us down for the end of the stream. And I didn't do this one yesterday, but I really wanted to do it. And I'm going to go all out. We're going to do Paranoid Android. This is one of my more ambitious loops, and I was very intimidated by it when I was initially putting it together. But I'm so glad that I just went for it. It's become one of my favorites and a reminder to me of how I can push myself to make something unique. And Humble Bumble, that means a lot to me. Sometimes I still admittedly get a bit nervous, I think, when I start a long loop. Because I just don't know if people will get like bored and walk away, which is totally fine. It's a part of the awesome part of the site. There's always something cool going on. But lately I've been forcing myself to just be in the moment a bit more and not be as afraid of doing what's best to keep the most people here, because that's not the main goal. It should be to make something new. Oh, don't worry, May. Why don't I do that real quick? It's a very short video, but I did make a brand new YouTube video. For anyone who's new, this might be a little confusing. My song list does in fact range from Zelda music to Radiohead. Does it make sense? Not necessarily, but I tried to sincerely put a list of music together of things I quite love. Dom, this is perfect. I was just about to show my new music video. How are you? It's good to see you. Most of you guys know Dom, but in case you don't, change that. He is an absolute wonderful wonder of a man, drummer extraordinaire, and he does drums over everything, including video game music and jazz and a lot of different genres, but he's very, very, very kind and really good company, so I highly recommend. So yeah, let me show you guys my brand new video I made. I think you'll be able to notice that I learned how to use some of the fancier settings in Final Cut Pro. Did I go overboard? Probably. Oh, is the VGM album done? I was like keeping up to date when you were raising funds for it, but is it already out in the world? All right, y'all, here's the silly thing that I made, but I'm proud of. And after this, I'm going to put together a loop performance of Paranoid Android. But first, here's me putting my face inside of little fishes. Cute. So as you can tell, I probably had a little bit too good of a time making that, but I don't know. I think it was an important project for me to do because I wanted to make sure, I don't know, I did something to finally not take everything so seriously and like do the insta filter perfect ready rendition of everything. I like making those and I'm still going to do those too. But I just wanted to make something fun and lighthearted. It took a lot of hours. That was the first time I've ever tried to do those techniques before. Dom, thank you for the host. Thank you. It was the first time I learned how to do what's called, keep forgetting what it's called. Something frame, which is when you like put the thing on top of the thing. Clearly it's my first time doing it because I can't even explain it. An image masking of putting one keyframe. Thank you for Nemos. It was my first time trying ever to do keyframing and image masking, and it was very frustrating. Luckily, I watched so many streams to get me through it to keep me company while I was just trying to figure out how to do the dang thing. But now I can work on my next YouTube video, which is going to be a vocal cover of a very popular song. I already know what I'm going to do for the video. I found the location, and I just gotta record the dang thing, so I'm ready. For Jingra, that was honestly my goal. Like, I didn't have any goal in that other than to just, like, make people smile. It's silly, but it's fun. It's just, like, let's just have some fun. Come on. All right, last big song of the evening. I'm trying to figure out what I want to eat tonight. I feel like pizza's the obvious, but I don't really want pizza. I don't know what it is. Subterranean homesick alien. Or sorry, paranoid android. Alright, here we go.
When I am king, you will be first against the wall of your opinion, which is of no consequence at all. Was Ambition makes you look pretty ugly. Kicking, screaming, Gucci little piggy. Why don't you remember my name? Off with this head man, off with this head man. Why don't you remember my name? Well, I guess he
Fun. Thank you, everybody, so much. I am so full of gratitude and love, and I just am so happy. I kind of want to do something different out of my comfort zone. I think I'm going to try and do Out of My Head by Fastball. Is that a song that complements the last one we did? Probably not, but I really want to. Sprite96, hello, how are you doing today? Happy weekend. Congratulations on making it to the weekend. I hope you've successfully put on your comfy pants and found a nice beverage for yourself. I was thinking maybe, I could do like piano. I like that tone, early 70s. I'm gonna write that down so I remember. With keyboards, there's so many different presets, which is great, but I'm still kind of figuring out the ones I like. So this is early 70s, which is track 04. Got it. So when I was living in Boston, I was going to school, and I was, as everyone at that time period I think is to a certain degree, a little bit lost. I really loved listening to the song, and it made me feel some sort of peace. So I'm going to try and do my own version of it. William, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate you. Thank you. But I remember I used to go for walks with my guitar, and I would find a spot very private on the Charles River. And I would just sit and play guitar and sing songs, and this was one I always really enjoyed. What are my thoughts on the Vitamin String Quartet and other string groups? Do I like them? Why, yes, I do. I absolutely love groups like that. I feel like people ask me that question kind of a lot. Not in a bad way or good way, it's just a question that comes up. Also, Lindsey Sterling I get asked about, and I'm also quite a big fan. I think it was very inspiring and exciting to see violin put in a format that people aren't used to seeing, because it's very easy for a violinist to get pigeonholed and be like, you're a classical player or you're a fiddle player, and that's it. But there's so many genres that we can play and sound good on, you know? And the bands that I play with here in Nashville, I think no one would expect a violin to really be in. I'm in like a really heavy rock group, like with double bass drum solos and so much different stuff. And I love playing in genres that people don't expect me to be. And I see groups like Vitamin String Quartet and Lindsey as being like really exciting big figureheads moving the public's perception of violin forward, with seeing that it can do more than just, than just classical. And I'm cautious with saying just classical, because classical is fantastic, and it's a dance. It's like ballet. It's like going up to a hip hop dancer and a ballet dancer and discrediting one over the other. That's how I view like other violin genres in classical. They're both so incredible, but ultimately different. And if you don't do one or the other, that doesn't mean you're like a broken player, you know? It's one of the reasons I try my hardest to study as many genres as I can. So I've learned some Celtic fiddle tunes, I've learned some bluegrass, I've learned some classical, and I guess I'm trying to make my own thing with these loops. But yeah, that was a bit of a tangent. I don't know if you signed up for all that, but Bri, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Bums. Are you back from happy hour pencils? How was it? Did you know, why am I saying did you know? I'm about to say something no one would know. Where I grew up in Massachusetts, you're like happy hours are banned. They don't exist. And so I thought they were a made up thing until I moved to Nashville. And I was like, wait, you can get drinks like way cheaper? They're like, yeah, it's happy hour. I was like, I thought that was fake. Y'all, Snorri Gotti, thank you so much for the sub. I really, really appreciate it. I don't know if you knew this in advance, but if you sub, you do get a priority request, which means you can hear anything off my list you'd like, and I'll play it for you, especially right away. No pressure, though. You don't have to pick, but I really appreciate you very, very much. Thank you. You're allowing me to continue pushing hard in this and making sure I keep learning new songs and instruments, and thank you. I really like Sapporo. I might be saying that wrong, but it's a really good, it's a beer, right? Like an Indian beer? I know it's like some sort of Asian beer, I think. If it's what I think, I really like it. Oh, it's Japanese? Well, it's very, very nice and refreshing. You guys were all in on that. I gotta improve my beer knowledge. Timothy. Hello. Yes. Let's do it. How do I want to do this? Let's just do it as a straight loop. Thank you, Timothy. Thank you. Okay. I can do bass. Whew. Let whiskey help. I can fix it. I forgot there was an extra measure. One more try. I can get this. one more try. That works. Let's try piano. Okay, let's start that over. I get so nervous playing piano. Okay, I got it. Here we go. Sweet. Percussion? Yeah.
like I am drunk behind the wheel of possibility, however it may roll. Give it a spin, see if you can somehow factor in. You know there's always more than one way to say exactly what you mean to say. Was I out of my head? Was I out of my mind? How could I have ever been so blind? I was waiting for an invocation. It was hard to find. Don't matter what I say, only what I do. I never mean to do bad things to you. So quiet, but I finally woke up. If you're sad, then it's time you spoke up too. Thank you, Will. I don't want to make the loop go on too long, but I kind of want to add some dramatic strings on the chorus. I think it will be cool. And Nemo, you are right, things are gonna get better. I want like a bum bum. Was I out of my head? Was I out of my mind? How could I have ever been so blind? I was waiting for an indication. It was hard to find. Don't matter what I say, only what I do. I never mean to do bad things to you. So quiet, but I finally woke up. If you're sad, it's time to spoke up. Sometimes I feel like I'm drunk behind the wheel of possibilities, however it may roll. Or give it a spin, see if you can somehow factor in. You know there's always more than one way to say exactly what you mean to say. Was I out of my head? Was I out of my mind? How could I have ever been so blind? I was waiting for an indication. It was hard to find. Don't matter what I say, only what I do. I never mean to do bad things to you. So quiet, but I finally woke up. If you're sad, it's time to spoke up too.
Oh man, that was so fun. I'm feeling so like free lately on stream. It feels so nice to just, I don't know, like go into a song I haven't really done for a long time and try new things on it. Like I've never tried bass on that before. I haven't even played it for a couple months, but it felt really good. It made me feel really happy. Goodness golly. Will, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. I like hurts my heart. I'm so sorry for Snorri. I don't know, or I don't have songs by any of those artists. Oh wait, don't I have one Tori Amos? No, I'm thinking of Amos Lee. I'm sorry. Kane, you want Waltz for the Moon from Final Fantasy VIII? Okay, I can do that. And Will, in case you didn't know, subbing gives you a priority request, as well as Timothy. Since you gave 500 bits, you also get a priority request. So if there's something you'd like to see on my list, let me know, or one of the mods. I'm probably going to be winding it down pretty soon, but let's do some Final Fantasy VIII, shall we? For the oyster place that you went to, Pencils, was it a spot by the water? Because that sounds like it would be so perfect today. Okay. So this one I need to get the track for. Waltz for the Moon. pretty rough that first time, not gonna lie. But I'm gonna make sure I cross out an extra measure I wrote. I don't need that. We got there in the end, though. For Times New Timothy. Are you driving to see some friends, family, or is it a work thing? Let's see here. I want to have a piece that's more of a win, because I kind of fumbled all through that. Much like the dance itself that happens in the game. A work thing. I'm going to do Crossing Those Hills. And then I am leaving things open for if we have some, what are they called? Priority requests. But otherwise, I think I'm probably going to just play through my Xenoblade Chronicles songs and then probably call it. I'm having a really good time, but I did stay up really late editing last night. And I think I need just like the couch, my cat Baloo, and some sort of takeout. I just don't know what the takeout is going to be yet. But that's what's on the horizon for me. DJ My Country Girl, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate you. If you're traveling for Timothy, let's do a good travel song. I'm going to do Crossing Those Hills from Final Fantasy IX. I knew I wanted to go up to that last note, and I doubted myself right as I started the ascent, like, uh-oh, I hope I can get this in tune. Thank you, Fire Rock, for that follow. I really appreciate it. And I saw a request for Sister Rosetta for Snorri Gotti. I'm more than happy to do that. I love that song. We'll make that the final song of the evening. It's very chill, kind of haunting, but I really enjoy this song, and I actually think that the new percussion instruments I got are gonna work really well over this. Everyone has been on their best behavior. You guys make this so easy. So this particular song was on the album that was done as a duet with Alison Krauss and Robert Plant. And it's such a haunting, soft yet deep album. And this particular song grabbed me. I thought it was so beautiful. So I wanted to make sure I gave my best go for it because it totally inspired me. Also, Ben, it's great to see you back again. If anyone's misbehaving, it's probably me. I poured myself a little bit of whiskey. I'm so sorry. It's Friday. Thought I'd have a little bit of the nice burn throat drink. Yes. For Pokechop, thank you so much for the follow. I don't know if I made that Pokemon related and should have just said Pokechop. I hope you're not offended either way. People have actually asked me to consider the Carpenters in the past. I do try whenever I add a particular song to my song list to have it be a new artist if possible. So it could be the way to go. The one thing I'm having trouble with deciding is what to order tonight. I like to order out on Fridays, but I don't think I'm in the mood for pizza. Definitely no Pokemon infliction. Pokechop. I'll do my best to remember that. My bad. I still appreciate the follow. Okay. I see the alert put up for my new gaming channel, Joe Doesn't Play Violin. We are going to be doing our first stream on there at some point next month. I made it the sub goal for fun because I have a ton of video game music on my list. And people have asked me if I was ever going to play a game on Twitch. I was like, if y'all want it, let's do it. If we get to 1,000 subs, we'll do it. And then you guys exploded it out of the water. So I've made extension goals. There's no pressure by any means, because I'm still shocked we reached the 1,000. But if we did 16,000, then I'm going to do Castlevania's Bloody Tears, which people have asked for. And then 2,000, which I purposely made a very difficult stretch. I will perform the new harp song I'm working on. But first, let's do this duet. This is going to be my last one for the night. And then we got to find some lovely person to raid. That was the stream ending soon bell. I'm just checking my levels before I start. Looks good. Oh, you know what? I have to do one more thing, my bad, y'all. This particular song I could do in a couple ways, but I think it would be most effective if I set my looper to do one purpose, which means I'm gonna have to layer everything on one track for each section. I might have to adjust gain levels as I go, but I'm getting better at it the more I do it, so I should go pretty quickly. We gotta turn loop sync off. I'm doing this with my toes as fast as possible. Off and off. Now we're good. We're ready. Three. do that quieter. I'm putting them all in the same channel, so I'm just getting a gauge reference. Okay. Sorry, everyone. I'm kind of struggling with balance. We'll get it. Oh, I forgot we have a whole nother section of the song to fill out. Alright, cool. Banjo?
I hear music up above my head, and the sound of hope has left me again. I hear music up above.
I'm doing like a ragtime loop inspired thing. John, thank you so much for the raid. Hello Raiders, my name's Joe. I do covers of songs, I sing on them using a looper, so I've played all these instruments you've heard. And I also play video game songs. It's like a half and half. But let's finish this one out. I just finished the loop, so let's get on with it.
Strange things are happening every day. I hear the music up above my head. Though the side of my heart has left me again, I hear music up above. Secrets are written in the sky. Looks like I've lost the love I've never found. Though the sound of hope has left me again, I hear music up above. Standing in my broken heart all night long, darkness held me like a friend when love wore off. Looking for the lamb that's hidden in the cross, the finder's law. I know I loved you too much. I'll go alone to get through. The love I've never found. And tonight she's my guide as I go on alone with the music up above.
Oh my gosh, that was such an experimental loop for such a large raid. What's up, Raiders? Happy Friday! Thank you again, John, so much for the raid. I mean, I was gonna say if anyone here doesn't know John, but that's most of the people here right now. But if anyone doesn't, legendary game streamer, DBD, lots of spooky things. I think you were doing something else today with some other game streamers, if I'm right in assuming. But since you guys all came from the game side, I feel like maybe I should show you one of my video game loops, and hopefully you might like it. To show you, this is all the music I learned for you guys. This one's video games, that one's video game instrumental, this is all Final Fantasy and Studio Ghibli, and this one is singing songs. So I got lots of stuff. I got like the standards, Final Fantasy 6 through 15, Chrono Cross, Pokemon. You want some Pokemon? You want the Bluegrass Poke Center? I do a pretty good Bluegrass Poke Center. Yeah. Alright, let's do that. Ooh, I caught it. As the children might say, yes. I can do Synchronocross too. I think I already did Guardian Millennial Center to... It's not Center. I'm thinking of Polka Center. Wouldn't that be a mashup? Alright, Bluegrass Polka Center. Let's make it fast today. Thank you again, John. I hope all's out well with you. I haven't talked to you for a bit. But I really appreciate you. But are you prepared to bop? Is the question. Here we go. you guys so much. Thank you, Ben, for gifting 5 subs. Thank you very, very much. And for anyone who might have stuck around from the raid, I feel like I'm down to just keep going with some more music if you guys are. I have a secret. I might be sipping on a little glass of whiskey. It's inspiring the bluegrass in me, I guess. But not all of my songs are bluegrass style, so you don't need to worry about that if that's not your thing. I also do quartet arrangements. I play piano. I do a bunch of different stuff. But maybe could we do a poll in the chat to see if you guys want a singing song or a video game song? Marmalin! Gifting 5 tier 3 subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so, so, so much. I really appreciate that, Marmalin. Thank you. Please let me know if there's something I could play for you. And all these follows, you know, we might have done it. We were very close. I think I'm about to hit 17,000 followers today. We're either very close or just under. Persona 5? I got you. Again, I write out all my sheet music myself, so I listen to the songs and then I write out little arrangements that I think would be chill. It says 17, but they usually round it up on the Twitch page. So I'm not quite sure. Did I do it? Maybe? Thank you guys for making the poll, by the way. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, mods. Okay. I did this one earlier, but I kind of want to solo. So we're going to do Beneath the Mask. I hope my crew here who might have heard it. Oh, am I just under still? I mean, that's fine. I'm still grateful, even if it's like, you know, 16,050. That's fine. For real, though, I really, really appreciate you guys. We're getting close to that sub goal, too. My original sub goal was 1,000, and you guys freaking exploded it. I've never done a sub goal again, ever before, so thank you so much. And people have been asking me when I was going to play a game, and so I decided I'm going to do the thing. I'm going to play a game stream. I decided to take it off this channel. I've made a second account just for fun whenever I want to play through a game. No pressure. It's not going to be like an up and running fantastic channel. Just once a month I'll probably play like Outer Wilds or like Ori or Unravel on it. On the very popular channel, Joe doesn't play violin. Pretty funny. Thank you, Raisin Ox, for coming up with that. But the sub goal that we are very close to reaching, if you guys reach that, I will learn Bloody Tears from Castlevania for you. I've been putting it off for a while. I really want to do it, but it's hard. But if we get that sub goal, I will play it for you by next month. Persona 5. was surprised to see that Winning won the poll. I can do some sang-a-langing for you. Thank you guys so much. I'm having so much freaking fun today. It was actually my 2-year streamerversary last week, and I described it to you guys as like I felt like I almost did like a... Oh my god, you guys! I think for Paul, you might have been the 17,000 follower. Thank you guys so much, everyone. That is wild to me, man. I never ever thought when I started this channel, if I'm being honest, I didn't know when I started this channel I wanted anybody to watch it. I just started it as an escape for myself. And through it, I feel like I found out a lot about myself and trusting people and not being so shy. And I'm just really, really grateful to you guys so much. Thank you. Any Legend of Zelda? For Will? Okay. I know we said singing loop. I promise I'll sing after this one. But why don't we do Dragon Roost Island? But yeah. And we're back? That was spooky dooky. I don't know what the heck was that was about. I said dookie. Pretty funny. But yeah, when I started this whole journey, I really started an account just because I was not in the best spot and I just wanted someone to talk to. I felt really lonely, and I had my 2 people that I would talk with and chat, and then it started to grow, and I was like, oh crap, I don't know if I can keep this up anymore. My secret's blown, and now I feel pressure and I'm scared. But you guys have been so supportive and so sweet, and because of you, I bought most of the things you see in this room. All this stuff was not here before. And now I'm playing bass and keys and accordion. And the washboard, of course, everyone's favorite. Silent, thank you so much. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Let me know, I do try my best to get them. Thank you, Silent. Cheers. That does give you a priority request if there's something you'd like to hear. My song list, for anyone who's new, ranges from video game music, where I play over the track like so. I'm about to build a loop from scratch of a video game piece, and then I do covers that I sing over. I cover artists ranging from Paul McCartney to Radiohead to Ella Fitzgerald to Soundgarden, a lot of different stuff. So I try my best to have something for everybody. Even if you just tell me a vibe, I might be able to get your vibe. Silent was correct. Yes. No, the door isn't new. I guess I'm a dirty liar. Canis, yeah, we just reached 17,000 followers. Insane. I mean, thanks to John. I got a lot of game stream love today. I also got a raid from Hot Cross Gary. So I feel like I met a lot of new people today through them, and I'm super appreciative of them. And I just thank you guys. Oh no! You didn't miss the game stream. That's gonna be next month. I'm gonna show you guys my Stardew garden. Jesus, Joe. Already failed it. It's already canceled. I already ruined it. Can you play something I want to hear? I want to do Shostakovich. I want to do Waltz Number 2 from Jazz Suite Number 2. Sherry, what's up? I just reached 17,000 followers. HP Lovecrafting. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys so much. Little overwhelmed. Breathe. Out. Thank you guys. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I want to do that Shostakovich piece because one of my newest instruments I bought were castanets, baby. You guys know that in so many video game songs, there's freaking castanets. And I was like, I gotta put these in my lute. Are you kidding me? So that's actually gonna sound great on Dragon Roost, so let's do that. Check, check. My Discord's open on the other computer. 1, 2, 3. Timothy, thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you. We are very close. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was a good fade out that time. Oh, I should have done castanets in that. Where could I put them? Trying to think of a singing song to do. I've done a whole lot of them today. We could do... Oh. Let's do Kiss Me by Sixpence None the Richer. This is one I've been working on a fair amount lately, but I feel like it's gotten to a place that's really, really sweet. I really like where it's going. Ben, what's wrong? What's the matter? We don't need no sad faces. We're having a good time. This one makes you sad? Really? Why? No. It's such a cutie song. A little cutesy one. Let's see. I feel like I've gotten to play most of my instruments today. It feels good. I feel like I give them, they're like my children, like I give them each attention. It feels good. I know I've been going for a while now. I'm just checking in to make sure my mods are okay. I don't want to be a selfish girl. Let's see. I do have a habit of streaming for a very long time. I think a part of it was I went to Berklee College of Music, and when your whole school is centered around music, you get really used to playing it for long periods of time. So I would be, like in class playing, and then I would, after class, get a coffee and go to a practice room and practice for like 3 hours. Then I'd go to another class, and then I'd practice for 3 more hours. So I've built up stamina for a very, very long time because I kind of had to. And even like cover gigs, like if you see a band playing downtown, they're doing a bunch of covers, those are usually 4 hours with like maybe 1 break. No, I'm definitely not going to do that for Cathedora. I got to figure out when I'm due for takeout. Because it's Friday. I'll probably do like a couple more. Okay. No, it's a minor. Wait. Oh yeah. Okay, moving on. Here we go. See? was slow. Out of the bearded barley. We just need some percussion now.
green, green grass. Swing, swing, swing your spinning step. Wear those shoes and I will wear that dress. Oh, kiss me under the milky twilight. Leave me out on the little floor. Take my open hand, strike up the band, make the fireflies dance. Silver moon sparkling, so kiss me. Kiss me down by the broken tree house. Swing me upon its hanging tire. Bring your flowered hat. We'll take the trail marked on your father's map. Oh, kiss me beneath the milky twilight. Leave me out on the moonlit floor. Take my open hand, strike up the band, make the fireflies dance. Silver moon sparkling, kiss swing that spinning step. Will wear those shoes and I will wear that dress. Oh, kiss me. I need the milky twilight. Leave me out on the moonlit floor. Take my open hand, strike up the band, and make the fireflies dance. Silver moon sparkling. Kiss me.
These castanets, y'all, they add so much. I'm not much of a castanet player yet, but I learned how to do it last stream. And I still have to figure out the left hand technique because apparently it's very different. Apparently. Lonely Thumb, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I really do put my whole heart into every single one of these songs. It's my favorite thing in the world, and all I've ever wanted was to somehow become a musician where that could maybe be my full-time job. And you guys have given me the opportunity to do that. I have been working in Nashville for like almost 10 years now as a freelance player. So if a band needs a violin player, then I get called and I do my best. And I've played for probably like over 30 bands in that time, and I got to travel around the country playing at every sticky floor dive bar you can imagine. I've had some huge festivals, great stages. I've played in people's backyards. I've done so much different stuff, and it's not the most like glamorous thing, but I'm really happy and grateful that I've had the opportunity to play music professionally for as long as I have. As you can imagine, with everything going on the past 2 years, that naughty C word we don't need to talk about is it's kind of a bummer. I haven't had to do shows, and I also was a music teacher, but I wasn't able to see my students in person, and I lost a lot of them. And so it was a really scary time. But I happened to start this Twitch account right before everything happened. And I just am so grateful. I really don't know what I would have done in this time without you guys and your support. So thank you so much. You've allowed me to continue pursuing my dream, even when it seemed the world wouldn't let me. So thank you, everyone, so much. I definitely connect with violin the most. Violin is my everything. I love the violin so much. Dim, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you. And Jago Dre, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Thank you so much. And the bits, thank you guys so much. I'm winding down. I'm probably only going to do a couple more now, but I'm happy to let you pick one if you'd like for Jago. Or honestly, anytime you want to pop in the stream in the future, I'm more than happy to play you something. I love you guys too. You have no idea. Thank you, everybody. I'm so grateful. I have a lot of funny little songs on my list. I do, little video game things that a lot of people might not have heard of before. Joshua, you guys are making my heart, makes me want to cry. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. It's just awesome. Thank you guys. Hey, can I show you guys? And so I can compose myself a little bit here. They want that vampire music. Oh my gosh, yeah, we're close, dude. If we hit the sub goal, we're math. You can do this 39 subs away before the end of the month. That's pretty doable. If we reach that 1600, I'm learning and performing Bloody Tears for you guys from Castlevania, which has been asked of me quite a bit. So I'm very excited to potentially give that a go. Jack, oh, there's my butt with balloons on it. Jago, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Again, just please let me know if there's something I can play for you. Your leaps are incredible, so it's an easy subscribe. Thank you, Joshua. Thank you. Bender, thank you for 100 bits. I think I'm biased, but I think my favorite emote for anyone who is lucky to get that subscribe is this image of my face. It's pretty. It really leaves a punch. Our amazing mod Pencils made that. The whining one is also pretty upset. Like, that's a really good way to show some distraught right there. If I raid anyone, I really like to flood their chats with that face because I find it very amusing. Hell's Janitor, thank you for 100 bits. Thank you. Yes, embrace it. And I was going to say embrace me. That feels weird. I'm just going to move on from... Oh! Oh my gosh. They're gone. That was amazing. I gave one of the mods basically complete overlay of the screen, so things pop up occasionally, and I don't have any idea what or when it might happen. But thank you guys for showing the love of my face emotes. Okay. What I would like to do now, just so I can take a breather as well, I would love to show you guys my new YouTube video. It's silly, but I feel like it's easy to fall into the habit of taking everything too seriously, especially now that this has really become a job for me. But I still obviously love silliness, and you guys do too. And I make some beautiful orchestrated things, but I also make some other stuff too. And I learned how to do some pretty fancy things in Final Cut, and I'd like to show you what that ended up looking like. After this, I'll play a couple more, but if you want to check it out, that's my YouTube channel where I do all the loops you're hearing. I'm recording and putting them up on there with like a nice video. And this is gonna be my most recent admission going up tomorrow, exclusively for you today. I present to you Underwater theme from Mario Brothers.
Then check this out.
Hello. I made myself into fish. Thank you guys so much. I was editing that up until 2 a.m. last night, and I was like, what am I doing? Is anyone gonna think this is funny? Because I think it's pretty funny, but it's too late to ask anybody. What am I doing with my life? But I still followed through. I was like, no, this is an artistic vision I need to see through. And man, For my first time learning how to do all of those effects, it was quite a feat, but I'm very happy that I followed through with it. It was very funny. Affectionate Scar, welcome. It's so great to see you. I'm on to the last 3 songs of the evening, and I'm trying to think of what I should do to show a bit more variety. I think what I'd like to do, I'm gonna go by the first thing I see in chat. Tifa's theme or Howl's Moving Castle. So I'll pick one of those and then do another singing one. Hi. I wish I could be cool enough to say that Dream Theater's on my list. Alas. Wow, overwhelmingly, Howl's Moving Castle. All right. The people have spoken, yes. I'm a little nervous. I haven't played with the track for a bit. I feel like it takes me a second to adjust. Oh my god. Poke, thank you so much for gifting 30 subs. Oh my gosh. Wow. Thank you so much. If you're trying to do some reverse psychiatry for ornery, it's not going to work, baby doll. Thank you so much for... Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, don't worry. I have a list of songs all here that I'm going to learn for you guys that I started arrangements for. It goes on the next page. Like, I have so many ideas. And there's no way I'm going to stop anytime soon, I promise you. And again, I'm just so appreciative. On here, I got a lot of stuff. I got some Genshin Impact that I want to do. I have some Nier songs. I have some Nirvana. There's so much. The well does not dry up. Thank you, Ornery. Thank you. Okay. Wow, that was so much hype. I want to make sure I'm able to do this. Admittedly a little bit nervous. I wrote my music out for this, and I wrote the last part very high because I wanted to push myself, but sometimes it results in some squeaking, horrible violin sounds. I'm gonna do my best to make that not happen, but you know. Oh, I do have a Chris Cornell piece for Times New Timothy. I do Black Hole Sun. Thank you guys for the for the follows, by the way. I could do Black Hole Sun as one of my last ones. Seems like kind of a downer for like one of the last ones. I could also do it the next time you're able to come. Yes, I'm probably going to do 3 more. I'm sticking to 3. So I'm going to do 1 track piece, maybe 2, and then probably 2 more loops or something like that. Probably going to do First Day of My Life. I feel like that one's a good feel-good ending. So then we got room for 1 more loop. I don't know if I should do maybe Black Hole Sun or something else. We'll see. To shout out this amazing pianist, I found them on YouTube. Their YouTube channel is Paradise, but instead of an I, just put a number 1 in there. But they're very talented, and I was inspired to play over it. So if you like what you hear, make sure to check them out. And I'm gonna have a sip of whiskey for luck. This one's hard. I can do it. Some of those high notes, I think, were a little bit, ooh, little bit, ooh. Overall, pretty nice though. That felt really good. I think. Oh, it was just slow to update. Oh my gosh, I gotta learn Bloody Tears now. I mean, I'm excited. I've been wanting to play this song for a long time. Mr. Ornery, hey. I saw the joke before. That means I'm going to be doing the Bloody Tears piece. I'm really excited though. I've done one Castlevania piece before and I absolutely loved it, Vampire Killer, but it was tricky to learn. It was quite the piece. So we've done it. My first donation goal, or not donation goal, it's okay, it's okay. I'm just, setting my limits. It's okay though. Oh, I thought I saw a spider over there and I freaked out. It wasn't. It was just a mark on the wall. My first sub goal for this month was 1,000 and you guys absolutely destroyed it. I'm really, really grateful. I had no expectation that this would happen. Thank you. With the 1,000 goal, we are going to do my first ever game stream, which I'm really excited about. I've written out a bunch of games that I'm going to probably be playing through once a month, maybe twice. This is always going to be my primary focus, but I did want another place to kind of just have fun and not worry about numbers or anything like that. Just play a game and hang out with whoever wants to hang out. So that's going to be next month. We've hit 1,600, which means I'm going to be doing Bloody Tears. I did make one more just in case. The massive 200 goal, or 2,000 rather, which I'm kind of hoping, I'm not encouraging to happen because I hope I'm ready for it. But if it's going to be a big goal, then I'm going to make a big stake here. If we do that, I will play my next harp song. I've been practicing it. It's hard for me. But I bought this harp because of you guys and I've been practicing. So if that happens, I will play next month for you at the beginning of the month, my very next harp piece for you guys. But I'm not encouraging it because I need time. And I also just don't want to seem like I'm someone asking a lot of you guys because I'm so appreciative of the support and the love you've given. I don't want to seem like some greedy person. This is the only month I have done a sub goal and probably the only one I do. I think I'll just go back to the weekly goals after that and have it be it. But I wanted to be in the spirit of September, so here we are. Since we did one piano piece, I'd like to do one more. I'm going to do Tifa's theme, and then we are going to do our very last song, First Day of My Life by Bright Eyes. And then we're going to raid some fantastic other fellow streamer. Everyone that came from the John raid and happened to have stayed, thank you. I know I'm a different part of Twitch, but it means a lot to me that you gave me a chance, even if it was just for half a song. I really appreciate you. For the mods, everyone that's helped out today, thank you so much. My usual chat for just being your lovely, supportive self. Whenever I get scared that I've messed up something, you always encourage me to just keep going. And thank you, Baloo, for not interrupting the stream with lots of screaming. I'm kind of surprised by that. He's usually screaming right there, my cat, but I guess he's fine. And for Timothy, next time you're in chat, just ask me to do the Soundgarden song, and I will play it for you right away. I have it saved, and we got a new crowd here, so I'd love to show you how freaking ridiculous my cat's meow is. It horrifies people. Anyone who's not ready for it, they're like, what is that, and why? Here's my beautiful cat, Baloo. Singing. I love how his voice goes up at the end. With reverb. It is quite the noise that I've checked with vets about. I'm like, is this okay? Is this normal? And they're like, yeah, he's healthy. I'm like, okay, this is just something I'm living with. The beautiful blue is this marvelous creature right here. Sometimes he'll scream and it gets in my loops, and we just roll with it. We just let him, get it out of his system. But that's blue. Snorri Gotti, you are welcome whenever you want. If you're ever having a rough day, just let me know and I'll play you a song. I really appreciate the new sub today. Thank you. There was a lot of first-time subbers. Thank you, everyone, so much. Poke, that's fair. That's fair. He's been diagnosed with stage 3 cat. I feel like that's not a funny joke. I'm sorry. He's a cat and he screams in my house. I think he's mostly just an American short hair. I think he's just gray. I don't know. He's gray with white paws. He kind of looks like Tom from Tom and Jerry. All right, we are going to do one more dramatic, beautiful piano moment, and then the lovely first day of my life, and then we'll discuss who we want to be rating. I really appreciate everyone again. Thank you. I love how I gave you a choice, like Hell's Moving Castle or Tifa's theme. And then I still play Tifa's theme. I just love it. That C to C sharp is so pretty. Oh, it just melts my heart. Oh my god, it's so pretty. It gives me such strong feelings. I love it. Alrighty. It's come to that time of the evening. I don't want to, but I did a 9-hour stream last week. If anyone's familiar with two-set violin, I get my 40 hours of violin practicing every day. I love playing music. I'm a musician. It's just what I do. It's so cheesy, but I've practiced for as long as I have and as hard as I have to reach a point where I could play for this long and my body can handle it and my mind can handle it. Rose, you're just in time for our last song. This is perfect. How are you, Rose? It's good to see you. Let's do it. I'm trying to avoid getting so sappy. I am a bit of like a feely you kind of person. I know, it's really lame. For Lonely Thumb, I stream 4 times a week. Thank you for asking, by the way. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Monday and Friday, I start at noon. And then Tuesday and Thursday, I start at 3 p.m. All Central Time. And oh no, for Mr. Corback, yes, I just finished Tifa's theme. I'm so sorry. But if you come by at any point in the future, I promise you I'll play it for you. Because that's one of my absolute favorite songs to play. So it's definitely in my rotation a lot. I'm thrilled to be able to say that even in the 7.5 hours I played today, I still have a lot of music that I haven't played today. I haven't played anything more than once, except Persona 5, because I got excited. But there's new material coming out every single week. I also write my own originals. I play with bands. There's no shortage of growth that I am willing to chase. So anyone who wants to come around and watch the journey, then I welcome you. And just thank you once again for the support. And I'm very happy. Thank you. You just saw the Pan's Labyrinth one for the first time? Thank you for Rose. I felt really good about that loop. With the DMCA thing, I needed to be very... I'll start it. With the DMCA thing, I needed to be very careful about what I was playing on stream. And I used to play Pan's Labyrinth, and then I couldn't. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to make a loop of it. And it turned out so strange, but I really like how it came out. So I'll play that for you some other time. For Stress Grad, I'm going to be learning it for later. I've already done my homework. I'll actually show it to you. Because when I said it was going to be a goal, I wanted to make sure I was prepared for if that did happen. So, I think I put it... Where did I put Castlevania in my organization? I haven't done it for so long. Is like Vampire Killer is one of my pieces that I learned. We got Ori, Xenoblade Chronicles, Ys, Ni no Kuni. Uh-oh, it's in here. I know where it is. It's in like the hype section. Here it is. I did, in fact, learn it. I listened to it, and I actually made it a loop. So I'm going to be doing a looped performance of Bloody Tears. Proof. It's been done. It's just really hard, so I'm going to need a minute to learn it. But now I have no choice. Honestly, I'm going to make it a goal to see if I can learn it and play it by Monday. I had a gig cancel this weekend, so yeah. I have some extra time. That's so exciting. I blinked that I made it a loop. That's going to be really fun when I can do it. All right, let's talk about who we would like to be rating. I'm open to suggestions. I would love to rate another music streamer. I'd like to spread the love. Schnaff rated me kind of recently. Oh, but I also love Samus so much. I think he's an angel and very, very funny. Emily's also very, very good. Very, very talented. We got some tough choices here, people. Cheers, everyone, by the way. I really appreciate you. I'm trying to feel like who would match like our vibe. Tangerine Club is awesome. I'm gonna get Schnaff. He got me kind of recently, and I really like Schnaff. He got me for my 2-year. Thank you, Stressed Grad. Thank you. Thanks for a follow, Frosty. I did pre-record the guitar for this one, and I'm just gonna layer a string section, and then we'll sing it.
first face that I saw. I think I was blind before I met you. I don't know who I am, I don't know where I've been, but I know where I want to go. So I thought I'd let you know that these things take forever, especially in snow. But I realized that I need you, and I was wondering if I could come home. I remember the time you drove all night just to meet me in the morning. I thought it was strange, you said everything changed. They're spreading as if you just woke up. And you said, this is the first day of my life. I'm glad I didn't die before I met you. But now I don't care, I can go anywhere with you, and I'd probably be happy. So if you wanna be with me, these things there's no telling, we'll just have to wait and see. But I'd rather be working for the paycheck than waiting to win the lottery. Besides, maybe this time it's different. I mean, I really think you like me. Maybe this time it's different. I mean, I really think you like. Working for a paycheck than waiting to win the lottery. Besides, maybe this time it's different. I mean, I really think you like. I remember the time you drove all night just to meet me in the morning. And I thought it was strange, you said everything changed. You felt as if you just woke up. And you said, this is the first day of my life. I'm glad I didn't die before I met you. But now I don't care, I can go anywhere with you. rather be working for a paycheck than waiting to win the lottery. Besides, maybe this time it's different. I mean, I really think you like me.
Thank you, Cathedora. And you guys, I know I was saying schnaff, but I just noticed that one of my friends' bands is on right now, and they are so freaking good. I love them, and I would love to surprise them with a good old raid. I've played shows with these guys before, and they are the nicest boys in Nashville. True gentlemen. They play some heavy music with killing guitar and like ripping solos and everything. So we are rating my dear friends Howling Giant. They were one of the actual last bands I did a show with before quarantine and everything started. We brought in New Year's together in Nashville, and they are freaking so rad. So give these boys some love. They are true, lovely, gentlemen boys wonders. I love them. I'm going to be live again Monday at noon. Thank you again, everyone who stuck around from the raid. I really appreciate you. And I sincerely wish the absolute best for you. Take care of yourselves. And if anyone subbed and has access to this face, just put it in their chat. Just flood them with it. I find it very amusing. They're going to be probably a little shocked. So let's have fun. I love you guys. Bye, everyone. That face indeed, man.